Am I the asshole for waiting 3 months to prove my boyfriend wrong? So early in the summer, my boyfriend, 24 male, and I, 22 male, started watching Lost. One night, we were watching an episode after dinner, and my boyfriend asked what happened to one of the characters' girlfriends, Helen. Now, Helen's name is pronounced exactly how you spell it, like Helen Mirren, but my boyfriend's pronunciation is like Helene. I thought this was kind of funny and said, "I'm pretty sure it's pronounced Helen," to which he responded with, "No, you're wrong," in a pretty flat, dismissive tone. For some reason, this really got to me. He's always super confident in his opinions and views, even when he's definitely incorrect, but he's never straight up said that I was wrong before. I didn't press it any further. Instead, I patiently waited until the next time someone said the character's name so that I could finally say, "I was right all along, you are the one who was wrong," which I was only able to do 4 seasons and 3 months later. My boyfriend doesn't even remember telling me I was wrong, and thinks it's weird that I waited so long for this petty revenge. He also feels embarrassed that I brought up so much attention to him being wrong. Am I the asshole for holding on to this for so long? In the comments, Avid Learnerbot says, "Not the asshole, I suppose, but how on earth did you manage to hold on to this for so bloody long? Respect, mate. Sheer respect." Is it that she was waiting this long to prove him wrong, or did it come up in conversation and she remembered the encounter in the moment? Sometimes this happens to me. It's not that I'm obsessing about it, but if the topic comes up, it might strike my memory in the moment. My husband loves to try and prove me wrong on the spot by Googling whatever it is in front of me and an audience, and then sulks when I'm right and certainly doesn't voice what he just read. And yes, it's every time. If I don't know the correct answer, I just say that I don't know. I'm not sure why it's so hard to do that. The more I read these stories, the more internet I digest, I realize just how petty everyone is. Not even how petty people can be, the potential for pettiness. No, some of you guys, yes you listening to this, you guys are petty assholes. I know a good bunch of you are petty assholes, and that's fine, but damn, can people be petty? Absolutely. I mean, this is a very petty thing to do. I don't think he's an asshole for doing it. I think it's so normalized in relationships now that being petty does not make you a bad person. Waiting 3 months to prove that Helen was not pronounced Helene, that's fine. I can see where he's coming from though. He definitely can be upset that OP is pointing it out so hard and trying to prove that he is wrong. Like, sure, but if it's a repeated behavior of theirs to always have to be correct on things even when they're wrong, I think it deserves to be pointed out. I do. If you're going to be intentionally obtuse, you deserve to have a mirror put in your face. They are the clown, and their partner is the balloons the clown holds. And that's okay. Everyone's welcome to the circus. And now, on to the update. So my boyfriend and I have read the comments on my previous post. We've had a good laugh at all the comments calling us manipulative, gaslighting, and petty. I've enjoyed having my feelings and methods vindicated, and my boyfriend acknowledges that he shouldn't have been so curt. But I have to clarify that my boyfriend is a beautiful, kind, and sensitive man, and that his not remembering the incident in question is not evidence of him gaslighting me, but of just how silly this whole situation is. He's always been nothing less than honest with me, maybe even to a fault, and we've always had good communication. I love him, and we both find his mispronunciation really funny. But why didn't you Google it? Because that's not what Benjamin Linus would have done. He would plot and connive because he's a petty hoe. So that's exactly what I did. Boyfriend here. You may be asking, as my boyfriend, aka OP was, why and how the hell did I think her name was Helene? The explanation is as simple as it is stupid. I was also rewatching The Office at the time this incident took place, and there is a character named Helene in it. However, I recognize that I was an asshole in this situation. In the comments, Huge Season says, "May this type of relationship never find me. Does your boyfriend even care that he always thinks he's right? I'd rather be single forever than with either of them." Exactly. He's brushing it off now, but if the roles were flipped, would he have given him the same grace? It's not just about being wrong, it's the way that he made him feel in the process that really matters. Petty argument? Yeah, sure. Exactly how a married couple often communicates? Yes, also true. If the worst arguments you have with your spouse are this level of pettiness, then you're doing something right. Me and OP must come from the same school of pettiness. Right? I don't know what everyone's on about. I would 1000% wait 3 long months for vindication if somebody told me I was wrong when I wasn't. I'm not that patient. I'd go to a previous episode that I knew she was in and rewatch it that same day, then pull up the clip to show him right then and there. And then I put an annual calendar reminder that he was wrong and what it was about. Compared to my mother, you two don't even rate on the petty scale. As an example, one year Mum and Dad were doing their taxes. Dad turned on Mum and said, "What did you do with all my money?" My mum said nothing, but for the next year kept track of every cent that he gave her and kept track of every cent that she spent. The next year he said it again. Mum said, "I don't know what you did with all your money, but this is what you gave me, and this is where it went." It seems he wasn't even giving her half his pay. Needless to say, it never came up again. That is petty. Yeah, and it's examples like this that give me opinions like that one before. People like to make a big kerfuffle and a big huff about, oh, well, they're a petty, vindictive asshole, and they shouldn't act like that. And it's like, go look at the inner workings of a lot of relationships, and you'll see that two petty assholes coexisting lovingly together with bullshit like that. That's how you keep life interesting. Not everything is black and white. Not everything is as it appears with these negatively framed stories on Reddit. Sometimes people just take the piss out of each other. Sometimes people are petty assholes. And you know what? Their partners are still with them, so obviously it's not that bad. May petty, stupid love find me one day. And if that's not your thing, that's completely alright, because it is someone else's. Thank you for the update, OP. I'm glad that we got to see it from his perspective, and why he felt that way. I don't know if I believe him, but it's a good excuse, that's for sure. Our next post is by user Informal Advice 9463, and it's titled, I, 26 female, want to end a 10-year-long friendship with my best friend, 25 female, over a stick. So I've been friends with Abigail for several years. We had met freshman year, and we hit it off, but for the rest of high school, she was homeschooled. I met my now fiancé, 27 male, also in high school, and eventually introduced his best friend Robert, 26 male, to Abigail. Robert and Abigail started dating, and so we formed a small group and would always hang out together. We all liked to go hiking, and often would look at hiking gear together and go on trails together. A couple of weeks ago, Robert got a walking stick. He had placed it in his car and noticed that the car door was open. He drove up to me and asked me to close the door. While driving up to me, I was facing the front door of the car and could not see what was blocking the car door. I just shut it without looking like he asked me to. He started screaming, telling me that his new walking stick was now broken and that I snapped it in half. I started crying and apologizing profusely, telling him that I was so sorry that I wasn't paying attention. I just went to close the door. I didn't even see it in there, but that wasn't good enough for him. Later that day, he texted me and asked me to reimburse him. I told him that I could give him a tenner, but that was all. He told me 10 was all it was worth, but that I need to give him 50 for the trouble. I was blown away by this, and I made the mistake of telling him the date of my payday, and when that day arrived, I had forgotten all about the stick and had taken a nap after school and work. I woke up to countless text messages and multiple group chats of him telling me to pay up and that it was my payday. I then texted him directly and asked for his information, and he decided to tell me that it was okay, and that I didn't actually have to pay him back. After he made a fool of me in front of all of my friends in every group chat that I was in with him, I still paid. Flash forward to yesterday, my fiancé, Robert, and Abigail all decide that they want to go hiking on a trail that is more dangerous than we normally do. I decide to stay home, So the rest of the story will be a mix of what Abigail and my fiance told me. Abigail decided to buy a $100 fancy walking stick and wanted to test it out on the trail. I joked with her before going on the trail that the trail was known for being more intense. It might not be the best idea. But she didn't take my comments seriously, and I was just joking too. Hours pass, and I get a phone call from my fiancé telling me that he was on the way home and that Robert is in the back screaming, "You break it, you buy it. You break it, you buy it." Apparently on the trail, Abigail's stick got stuck in a rock, and while the boys kept pushing ahead, she pulled it out and it snapped in order to catch up with them. Abigail says that if my fiancé wasn't going so fast, then it wouldn't have happened, and blamed him for breaking it. Robert obviously took Abigail's side, and for the rest of the hike, hounded on my fiancé for the payment. My fiancé and I are both in college, and I'm between jobs, and we don't have $100 to throw away on a high-end walking stick. They both know this, and that night, Abigail texted my fiancé a screenshot of the walking stick, circled the price, and wrote in, "I know money is hard right now, but I need my stick, so I'm going to order it tonight, and you can pay me back as soon as you get the chance." Abigail and Robert both have stable jobs and are not in college. I got mad and told them that my fiancé would not be paying for something that he didn't break, and Abigail shouldn't have even brought the stick on that trail. They were pissed and texted us endlessly saying that we were in debt to them and that we owe them, and it was only right to pay them back. I think what pissed me off the most is that all through the years, every time we went somewhere, I drove and paid for gas. I paid for dinners. I paid for movie tickets and outdoor activities, and they never once paid me back for any of it. I never even thought to ask them either, and here they are yelling at us to pay up, and we are being ridiculous. Time and time again, they both have put money before friendship. Do I put this behind me and just pay them, or do I leave? In the comments, the logistics of this situation don't make sense. He drove up to her with the door open and asked her to close the door for him? What? 1. Did he throw the walking stick in the back seat with the door already open? Did he know the stick was blocking the door? Why did he not warn her about the stick when asking her to close the door? 2. Is it possible to drive with the door open on new cars? There must be a whole bunch of alarms going off, right? 3. He really asked someone else to close the door for him? What a lazy piece of trash. Get your ass up, walk the all of 5 feet, and close your own damn door. OP replies, "Hi. Okay, so the trail has a small little gravel loop that you're technically not supposed to park on, but he did it anyways. Robert and my fiancé were talking when he put the stick in, so when he closed the door, it didn't fully shut. He has an older car, but I also don't think he was paying much attention, but when he started driving, the car did start beeping at him that the door wasn't shut. He did the gravel loop to pull out and saw that I was walking towards the car loop when he stopped and asked me to shut it. I do admit that I wasn't paying attention, so I just opened the door and re-shut it a bit hard to make sure the door shut, but in doing that, the stick snapped. That is when he started to make a fuss that it had broke. In my defense, he has a lot of tint on his windows and he didn't mention the stick was blocking the door." Another commenter says, "Not sure if I'm misinterpreting, but did you pay $50 for a $10 stick for the trouble?" OP says, "Sorry for the misunderstanding. In short, I did only end up paying the 10. So when he texted about the payment, I told him that I could give him a 10 right then and there. He then said that it really only costed 10, but 50 would be nice for the trouble, then asked how I knew that it was really only $10. I told him that 10 was all I had until the 20th, which was my payday, and he said that I could keep it until then, that he understood my money struggles. I assumed he was being nice, so on the 20th, when he flipped out in all the group chats and I texted him, I still only sent him the $10. Now looking back on it, I really do feel like he was expecting the 50, and that was why he said I could wait until I got paid." Another commenter says, "Two nutjobs found each other and formed a personality from hell. Please stop interacting with them. They are so toxic to you and your fiancé. Sometimes we meet others who use us. This is what happened to you. Bye-bye, and don't let the door hit you. And say this ASAP." Guys, this feels like a setup. Hey, I'm just sitting in my car. Can you come close the door for me? Ugh, you broke my stick in the door. Give me money. That is a con. A scam, right? He did it on purpose to make her give him money, and then her friend got a new stick. $100, she says. Then when it's convenient and she needs to catch up, it breaks. This feels like they're both working together to get money out of you both. I'm not sure why, but that's a lot of convenient situations that need compensation. Yeah, I'm not buying it. These two sound like dickheaded scammers that have some sort of group psychosis going on. What an absolute psychopath to start blowing you up in every group chat to embarrass you over something that was his fault. Now that you talked more about the car situation and closing the door, that's a setup. You didn't do anything wrong. He's the one that had the stick jamming the door. He came up to you and said, "Can you close my door?" There was never any second where he goes, wait, hold up. Can you move the stick first? Because if you close the door right now, it's going to break the stick. Can you just give it a second? He never said that. He just came up to you and said, "Close the door, please." Yeah, no, these two people are sickos. They're genuinely not good people. Both of them. The entire situation was just set up to get money out of you and scam you. They are users. I hope that you never talk to these people again. You're not the asshole. And now, onto the update. So my original post is from over 2 years ago. It's also been taken down since then by mods for receiving the max amount of interactions for non-throwaway accounts. However, I think it's still able to be viewed on my profile. If you have any additional questions, I'd be happy to clear those up. I'm not scared of them finding this anymore. Now for the update. I'm happy to let you guys know that I dropped those scammers. We never did pay Abigail the money she requested. We didn't break it, so we didn't buy it. Although sometimes I do feel unexplained guilt towards this situation. Like I said, our friendship was over 10 years long. So it wasn't easy or immediate to drop her from my life, but it was needed. We still follow each other on Instagram, but it's rare that we interact. I'm sorry for no explosive situation, but I'm glad you all helped me come to terms with leaving that relationship in the past. My fiancé, however, hasn't easily gotten rid of Robert. After moving into the real world, Robert followed my fiancé everywhere it felt. He applied for the same job, works for the same company, and copies every move my fiancé makes. He laughs it off and lets it go, but every now and then I'm reminded of this situation and I get annoyed all over again. But to give my fiancé some credit, we aren't all as close as we once were. TLDR, we never paid them the money that they requested, and after 2 long years, I can officially say that I have dropped them from my life. In the comments, Miserable Fennel says, "The TLDR isn't exactly accurate though. They're not dropped from her life since they're still following each other on socials, occasionally talking, and Robert velcroed himself to OP's fiancé. Unless this is one of those peaceful slow burns where you just let things fizzle out rather than outright saying that you're done with them. But hey, at least they're not hanging out together anymore. Reducing one's optional levels of crazy is always a wise decision. Robert is trying to single white female OP's fiancé, dating the best friend, now the work stuff, matching outfits and haircuts next. Finally, an explanation for why the original post was so weird. Lol, I was reading it like, what kind of sticks are those people buying? I was waiting for the reveal that they are actually all dogs. That would have been a fantastic twist. They're like, I was actually a dog this whole time, guys. something, the Goosebumps novel series, am I right? Anyway, not a particularly great update by all accounts. I mean, they did get rid of them in some respects, but yeah, they're still following them on social media. Robert is closer to OP's fiancé than ever before, and for some reason OP's fiancé is kind of just cool with this happening. I don't know how I'd feel if I were in OP's shoes, being like, why are we still interacting with these sociopathic leeches? Why are we unable to remove them from our legs? How are they still there after 2 years? Rip them off, please. I don't want them there anymore. Can we have some normalcy in our life? God, please? But hey, you know what? If you're unable to set those boundaries and rid yourself of these people, and he's not going to Velcro himself to your partner if he does jump jobs again, I don't think there's much you can really do about that. It's not illegal to follow someone around in jobs. It's weird for sure, but he's not technically doing anything wrong. So thank you for the update to the story, OP. That is very weird. Am I overreacting? My friend wants me to remove my piercings for her engagement party/wedding photos. I'm re-uploading this because the quality on the screenshots was really bad in my last post. I'm not sure if this will look better. I made this account just to ask about this specific issue. I'm worried that I may be overreacting in this situation. I would be okay with removing the piercings if I knew that I would be able to get them back in afterwards, which I'm worried is a selfish mindset to have when my friend is getting married. But honestly, how quickly she's willing to replace me just hurts a lot. Am I overreacting? And here's the screenshot conversation for reference. They say, "Hi, weird question, but are you able to remove your piercings, or do they have to kinda stay in?" OP says, "Like, am I able to remove them at all?" They say, "I mean, would you be able to take them out for a few hours and then put them back in when you get home?" And OP says, "Well, for some of them I can take them out for however long and then just put them back in, but to be honest, I'm not too sure because I never really take my piercings out anyways. But I took my nose ring out once for a few hours, and I wasn't able to put it back in myself, but the piercings in my lobes I can pretty much leave out for however long." They ask, "What about the other piercings in your ears?" Sorry, I'm not sure what their names are. OP says, "Well, the industrial piercing, the bar thingy, I can't really take out at all because it's pretty fresh. And all the other ones, I'm really not sure. I've never had any of them out for any extended period of time, really." And they say, "If you could find out, I'd appreciate that. The reason I'm asking is because of the engagement party. I'm just not really into the idea of someone being in my pictures if they've got a lot of piercings. So I was just curious if you could take them out for the few hours the party's on and then put them back in once you're home." OP says, "Is it just the ones in my face that you want me to take out? The piercings closing really depends on the person, I think. Some people's close really fast and others don't. But I remember my nose piercing closed up pretty fast, and I think the lip piercing would close pretty fast too." And they say, "I'd prefer if you took out all of them, because we're planning on doing some pictures to the side as well, so that means your ears would be visible. I mean, if you want to just leave your lobes in, that's okay, but all the other ones you have going up your ear, and especially the bar, I wouldn't want in the photos." OP says, "I'll look online and see if I'd be able to take them out for the pictures. How long will taking the pictures take? Because maybe the piercings coming out would be fine." They say, "Well, it's kinda gonna be an all-day thing. That's why I asked if you can take them out for a few hours." OP says, "Oh, okay, I understand." They say, "It's nothing against you, just to clarify. I just don't want someone with a lot of piercings in my pictures because I feel like it might ruin the aesthetic that I'm going for." OP replies, crying emoji. "If I'm not able to take them out, what will happen then?" And they ask, "Is getting them pierced again an option if you're not able to get the piercings back in?" And OP says, "It is an option, it would just cost a lot of money getting my piercings done again." And they ask, "Can you afford it?" OP replies, "I probably can. I would just rather not have to get all of my piercings done again. But again, they might not even close. I might be able to take them out and have no problems, but I really think it depends on the person." And they ask, "Do you not research these piercings before you get them? If you could find out, I'd appreciate it, because I really don't want to exclude you from the photos." OP asks, "What do you mean?" And they say, "If you can't or won't take the piercings out, then I'm gonna have to leave you out of the photos, and I'll probably have to replace you as a bridesmaid, because I was assuming that you'd be able to take them out when I made you a bridesmaid, and I really just don't want that stuff in my pictures." OP says, "Well, I'll definitely find out. I don't want to ruin your pictures or anything." And they say, "I know that. I was just hoping that you would just be willing to remove them. I didn't think getting them pierced again or whatever would be something you'd be unwilling to do." OP says, "That's just a very expensive thing to ask me to do. I don't want to make it seem like my piercings are more important than your wedding or anything." And they say, "Then I'm not understanding why you can't just take them out. Your friend is getting married. This is a once-in-a-lifetime thing, and now it's being made difficult because you're refusing to take out some jewelry." OP says, I never said I refuse to take them out. I just said that I need to find out, roughly how long I can keep them out for. And the friend asks, why does it matter? I'm getting married? I wouldn't have made you a bridesmaid if I thought this was going to be a big deal. I would sincerely appreciate it if you could find a way around this whole piercing thing. Once again, nothing to do with you. I just don't want that aesthetic in my photos. OP says, I just feel like it's not a very fair thing to expect of someone. These piercings cost money. They were very expensive. Telling me to just get them done again isn't very helpful. It's your wedding and I want you to be happy, but your attitude towards this hasn't felt great. And they say, if you want me to be happy, then you'll find a way around it. Let me know soon in case I need to find a replacement for you. In the comments, as someone who has tattoos and piercings, she absolutely has no clue what's involved with having them. They're expensive and are painful to redo, and you have to go through the entire healing process again. For a few hours so that she can get some pics? I had my nose ring in for years, and it closed up after an hour. Same with my septum. I've had to have both redone due to jobs making me take them out. I refuse to accept a job that requires that again. Screw her. You're not the asshole here. She is. Threatening to exclude you because you don't fit her aesthetic is just giving bridezilla/spoiled brat to me. I wouldn't even attend a wedding where either party had that attitude towards people they consider friends. When the friend asked, did you not do any research on these before you got them? I got so irritated. I would have said, if you knew that you were going to get married and might want an aesthetic, why didn't you choose your friends more carefully? And then block. For real, that's bizarro bridezilla territory. Just re-pierce them? My industrial alone was like $300 and I babied it for a year to finally heal up properly. It's not just the money, it's the time and effort that it takes to avoid infections and keloids because that is your aesthetic. Hey, former wedding planner here, giving a +1 to the bridezilla assessment. OP, this is a totally unreasonable request. And the fact that she's already being this unreasonable before the engagement party? Just know. It's not even about the piercings, it's about the my wedding is more important than anything and it's your job to meet my every whim mindset. Big yikes. I highly encourage you to use this opportunity to bow out of the bridesmaid position, because an attitude like this does not get better as the wedding planning process progresses. It gets so much worse. Save yourself from the heaping pile of drama that this girl is cooking. Girls like this get straight up nasty as the day approaches, and that entire bridal party will be at each other's throats before long. Run, girl. This is golden advice right here. If she's willing to dump you over piercings, imagine what she'll do when the real wedding stress hits. A good friend would find a way to make it work, not issue ultimatums. A good friend wouldn't give a damn about the piercings in the first place. And the same as above. I lost my nose ring and it closed super fast, and then I had to wait about 2 months for it to completely heal over before I could get it pierced again. And don't even get me started on the industrial, that one's a pain in the ass. Had to have it done thrice because I have small ears, and there were problems from the start. Now I have a chain instead of a barbell. I wasn't willing to let it go because it looks pretty to me. But yeah, waiting months before you can pierce again, plus the money? $300. Seriously, I paid around €60. Still expensive for me though. Just for some pictures and aesthetic? Yeah, nah. One of my friends is covered in piercings and tattoos. She was helping me do my hair as my bridesmaid and casually mentioned that she'd brought cover-up makeup, etc. in case I wanted her to hide the tats and remove her piercings. I was horrified. I didn't need a sanitized version of my friend. I needed the real her. Tattoos, piercings, and hugs. Daisy Ruby asks, do any of the other bridesmaids have piercings? Has she asked them to remove them, or tattoos she's asked them to cover up? You need to know if she's just being funny with you. It's not like you can't style your hair to cover your ear piercings. The entitlement is wild. Why ask right before, not when she was asking you? Honestly, I'd just say that you don't want to be a bridesmaid anymore and save yourself the headache. OP says she was originally going to make her sister a bridesmaid, but then decided against it because her sister has lots of tattoos on her arms. I don't think it's anything to do with me personally, she just doesn't like that type of style. As for the other bridesmaids, The only piercings they have, as far as I know, are their earlobes. One of them also has a nose stud, but I'm not sure what she's gonna do about that. Moose Honest replies to OP, "So, I'ma be real with you as an alt woman with tattoos, piercings, and who goes through periods of coloring my hair vivid colors. I was the maid of honor for an ex-best friend of many, many years. Like, we were friends 19 years, and her wedding is something that should have been a red flag in our friendship, but hindsight is 2020. She asked me to postpone a tattoo on my arm for her wedding so that it wouldn't be in photographs. Fine. She asked me to dye my teal hair blonde for the wedding. She wanted all natural colors for the wedding so that she would stand out. I had had teal hair for 2 years. It cost me $400 to get that color correction for a single day because I didn't want to stay blonde. I was platinum blonde so I could dye my hair back literally the next day. All this to say, a friend loves and accepts you for who you are. An aesthetic should not matter more. Your friend should never have even asked you such a question, and if she cares so much about her wedding aesthetic versus having the people she loves in her wedding, she never should have asked you to be in her party. Do not even research this, tell her no. If she gets upset and removes you, that's fine, but remember this for how she views you as a friend and her relationships. It's on a weak and shallow foundation. Yeah, I don't think you're overreacting at all in this instance, OP. I think the comments have been more than abundant on this issue. That this is the start of a series of escalations. I don't even think it's an if she's going to escalate. I think it's a when she inevitably escalates, shit is going to hit the fan harder than you could ever expect. As I have unfortunately never been a maid of honor in this position, I cannot understand what you are going through and what the situation is. But I can say, in my all-knowing wisdom, because I have the answers for everything, that you should do your best to get the hell out of this situation before that shit hits the fan. That's not gonna go well for you. I can say that much. And now, onto the update. I'm gonna start with the screenshots. OP says, "Hey, just letting you know that I won't be going to the engagement party or the wedding. You can find a replacement for me." They say, "I really hope you're joking with me, because what the hell? Are you being serious?" OP says, "Yeah, I am. We aren't going to find an option that we're both happy with, so I feel like you finding a new bridesmaid is just the easier way to do it. I'm really not willing to take my piercings out. You don't want someone with piercings in your photos. Just keep me out of the entire thing." They say, "I'm very sorry that I thought my friend wouldn't have a problem removing piercings for my wedding. Do you not realize how insane you're acting?" Guys, why is the pot calling the kettle black? You're gonna drop out of my wedding because I asked you to remove some jewelry? Are you well? OP says, "I'm extremely well. You're missing my entire point with this. I have 15 piercings. Do you have any idea how much money it would cost to get them all pierced again? Unless you're gonna offer to pay me for the damage, they aren't coming out. And quite frankly, even if you did offer to pay, the answer would still be no. I could get scarring, infections, and it's just extremely painful getting piercings done again. This is just something that I'm not willing to do. Find a replacement." They reply, "You clearly aren't because you're acting like a psychotic bitch," in reply to, "I'm extremely well. Since when did piercings hold more value over one of your friends? Are you seriously that materialistic? I only made you a bridesmaid because I felt bad for you anyways. Okay emoji? I'm glad that you've shown me what a selfish bitch you are now, because I can't even imagine having someone like you at my wedding. I have a wedding day to pay for, and you want me to reimburse you for your shitty life decisions? You chose to get the piercings. How you afford to get them back in doesn't concern me, doll." OP says, in response to "I only made you my bridesmaid because I felt bad for you anyway," "You don't have to start insulting me just because someone has said no to you for once in your life. I quite honestly could not give a single fuck if you feel bad for me, to be honest. Don't start calling me shit just because you're on an ego trip. Genuinely fix whatever the hell's wrong with you, because you're gonna drive away every single person in your life eventually if you keep acting this way. I've explained myself over and over again, and if you're choosing not to understand where I'm coming from, there's nothing I can do about it. You're too self-absorbed to even fathom something that doesn't affect you directly. They reply, you have the audacity to call me self-absorbed when you aren't showing up to my wedding because I asked you to take out a few piercings? You're a selfish bitch, and you know you are. You're actually laughable. Don't want or need someone like you at my wedding. And since you're not coming, tell blank that he's uninvited too. Ruining the occasion for your boyfriend as well because you're a selfish little girl. And OP replies with a bold emoji, just doing the, what? I don't care. Whatever. Hell yeah. Love that for you. So, for the text post of the story, hello everyone. Hopefully people can find this update because I'm not really sure how this app works, to be honest. I just wanted to say that the post got a lot more comments than I was expecting, and I tried to read through/reply to a lot of them, but it was very difficult, and I still really appreciate the kind words though. This entire interaction was a lot more aggressive than I was expecting it to be, on my part and on her part, because I'm usually not a confrontational person, so this was just a lot for me. But long story short, I'm not going to the wedding. This is a definite end to our friendship, but I ultimately do feel like it was something that needed to happen, as I can now acknowledge that she was basically treating me like a doormat. The name blurred out in the last screenshot is my boyfriend's name, as I wanted to keep those details private. Due to this new development, I'm thinking of going out and getting myself a new piercing. Once again, thank you, because there's been an overwhelming amount of support from most people, and I was not expecting this to turn into as big a deal as it did. Thank you a lot. In the comments, CapOK says, the way I'd be posting these on Facebook, Instagram, tagging her fiancé and her family, like your first post? Already baffling on her end, but this one, whatever she's smoking, I think we should all avoid. Good riddance. What piercings are you thinking next? That's exciting. OP says, to be honest, I just want her away from me and I'll be happy. I was thinking of getting my other tragus done. Out of all of the piercings I have, I had the most pleasant healing experience with the tragus. I don't want anything that's super demanding since I'm already dealing with the healing process of my industrial. What else do you have pierced? Feel free to leave out intimate ones, I'm just curious. I have 11 tattoos and 16 piercings. You can come to my wedding. I mean, it already happened, but I could move on for you so you could go. What does that mean? OP replies, here's all the piercings I have. I appreciate the invite to your wedding. Triple lobe piercing on both ears, industrial piercing in one ear, daith in both ears, helix in both ears, tragus in one ear, rook in both ears, antitragus in one ear, double nose piercing, and a lip piercing. Spectre Galaxy says, what the whole hell, bro? She's wigging out about those piercings? Not that it makes it any better or worse at all, but those? It's not like you've got your face completely done up. She's absurd. You dodged one hell of a bullet. I wouldn't say a single solitary forkin' word to her again, ever. I was also expecting to hear different piercings. These sound pretty tame, to be honest, and I bet they look really cute too. I'm sure your boyfriend is crying that he can't go. I mean, I don't know their relationship, but I would assume that he wouldn't have wanted to go or have gone anyway, considering what was going on with you. She's nuts. OP replies, he wasn't really happy with the idea of going before any of this stuff happened. He was only going to come with because he didn't want me there on my own. This is such a textbook narcissistic opinion. Obviously, everyone who can't be at her wedding will be devastated. I have one in my family. I don't talk to her, but my sister does. During one of the many times that she told my sister she was done with her, my cousin then went on to say, but I already sent my Christmas cards, so please show it to sister's husband and kids because they didn't do anything wrong. It still cracks me up years later. Who would have thought that this was gonna happen, guys? A certified narcissist coming up against someone with a spine? Crazy scenes. Never would have seen this one coming. What, you don't want to come? You seriously are not going to give in to my demands from the last one? It's such a small offense, bro. Just wait until you see what else I have planned for you. Bro, seriously? This is the stick that broke the camel's back? Seriously, bruh? I just love how she didn't have any actual comebacks to OP. There was nothing of substance there, so she just immediately goes to, you know what? I always hated your ass anyway. You're literally the spawn of Satan. Everyone hates you, bruh. Everyone's laughing at you. The tried and true case of, if you don't have a comeback, hit him with some personal insults. At least then you have some ammunition. Aren't narcissists just so fun? They're so cool and so epic to just interact with. Love that so much for you, OP, that you actually have a spine. Thank you for standing up for her and directly confronting the situation and being like, you know what? I ain't coming. Find someone else. Good luck in the next lifetime. You love to see it, and thank you for the drama. Our next post is by user Suspicious Rock, and it's titled, My husband, 32 male, left me, 32 female, after almost 15 years together and wants me to forget and let him come home. What are my next steps to stop that? So my husband and I have been married for almost 2 years, but together for almost 15. He's my only long real boyfriend that I've had in my adult life, and we have 2 children together. We've had a rocky relationship from the beginning, if I'm being honest, but the last 3 have, for the most part, been pretty great. The turning point for our relationship, I feel, was after he got blackout drunk at his friend's wedding and spent the entire 1.5-hour drive home, that I drove him and his friend home from as I was sober, screaming at me and saying nasty things. Oh boy, this can only go well. Since then, though, things had been pretty good. I've been working on myself, have lost weight, putting more effort into myself and my appearance, and have been making new friends. About 5 months ago, he woke up one day and he told me that he wasn't happy with his life or me and wanted to leave. He then decided he was wrong and didn't want to leave. Not to drag it on too much, but a highlight reel of the last 5 months is he has left me 4 to 5 times and comes back every time saying he's sorry. Dude, I wonder if he cheated when he did that. No way, right? Been unhappy when I've gone for dinner or to see girlfriends. Got blackout drunk again and behaved horrendously towards me. I can't really talk about it on the thread. The same night as above, there was some severe drama with his family. I'm also being made out to be the villain for telling them this behavior is disgusting, especially since our 2 children were asleep in bed when everything was happening. He's called me every name under the sun, often in front of our children, accused me multiple times of having affairs with absolutely no suspicions. Who had projection on their bingo card? I didn't realize a few of the things can't be discussed here. His excuses are that he doesn't feel loved enough by me and I'm not affectionate enough. But it's hard to feel affectionate to someone who is treating you like shit. I'm getting very little family support and being made to feel guilty for breaking our family up if I don't let him just come back home. But he's never going to change. I guess I'm just looking for some validation and support that I'm making the right decision because I keep being told I'm wrong. What are my next steps to stay strong in my decision to not take him back and to try to establish a healthy co-parenting relationship for our children? In the comments, Fairy Goth Mummy says, say no. Keep saying no. Find an attorney, keep all conversations between the lawyers, file for immediate custody pending divorce, separate finances, and do what the lawyer says. Action. First and best steps to staying strong. Separate finances first thing. Make it happen tomorrow. OP replies, I don't actually even know how to begin separating our finances, as everything we have is basically tied up in our business. Well look, this is something for you to ask your attorney. Imagine if your daughter was going through exactly that. What would you advise her? Please divorce him. Ah yes, the tried and true it ends with us approach. OP says, I think about this all the time. Jamhov replies, your children will model their relationships after yours. You are teaching them that this is healthy/normal for a marriage. His behavior is diabolical and you deserve better. Kick his volatile ass out and change the locks. You are not the source of all his unhappiness though. He would rather blame you than fix himself. Edit to add, the frequency of him getting blackout drunk is not safe for you or your children. Seek legal counsel, open a bank account in your name, and transfer 50% of the balance. Kick him out citing safety concerns for you and the kids. So on my bingo card, there is violent escalation to domestic assault, or at least domestic violence, like that's on there. The projection, I've already crossed that one out. We've also got cheating. I think cheating is definitely going to happen on the husband's side. Definitely some gaslighting and deflection. Him saying, oh, actually, it was OP with the problem. OP is the one that is separating this marriage up. Even though I left the matrimonial home 4 to 5 times. And I said I want to break up, and then I came back. The little yo-yo approach. You know, your wife knows that you love her when you threaten to leave and tell her that you want to leave the marriage. That's how you form a deeper and more loving connection with your wife. Keep them on their toes. Yeah, what a smart guy. But I guess this is not Am I the Asshole? Unfortunately, this is relationship advice. OP is asking what are her next steps. Everything the comments are saying, OP, keep your kids safe. Keep yourself safe. This is a very dangerous man. And this is the phase of leaving an abusive relationship in which you are most at danger. When he feels like he's losing you and he feels like you are getting out of there, he is going to escalate his behavior tenfold. And I hope that you protect yourself if and when that does happen. And now, on to the update. I just wanted to firstly say thank you to everyone for all of your responses. I can't tell you how much they've helped me through this time, and every time I was struggling, I went back and looked at them all. I just wanted to address a few things mentioned in the comments, and then give an update, so skip to the end if you just want the update. I've spent the last few weeks really thinking about our relationship and the dynamics, and honestly, it's difficult to really think about, and embarrassing to think that I've allowed this for so long. Some background to our relationship and dynamics of my life. We started seeing each other at 15, and on reflection, I can see that he was pressuring me even back then to do what he wanted. For example, pressuring me into losing my virginity when I didn't want to, but thankfully a friend intervened for me. I grew up in a house filled with domestic violence and an extended family that was very dysfunctional from trauma. Around the time we first met, my stepdad, who raised me, and separated from my mum about 3 years prior, told me that his new partner didn't like me calling him dad, and she was turning my bedroom at his house into her spare room for when her family came to visit, and essentially ended with him abandoning his dad role in my life. The night we started dating at 17 was, in hindsight, deeply troubling. We had been at a local function and had been friends. I was speaking with a mutual friend leading up to this night, and we snuck away to, quote-unquote, spend time together. When we came back to the function, our mutual friends were laughing about it, and he started screaming at me in front of everyone for hooking up with his friend when I knew he liked me and that I'm a bitch. I followed him out to apologize, and had no idea what I was apologizing for now, and ended up in a relationship with him. Oh my god, bro. That is diabolical. Obviously not victim blaming, not shaming OP for that, but that's an insane start to a relationship. He had habitually lied to me about using illicit substances throughout the years. He knew that it was a hard limit for me as my relative had passed away from an OD. I know to some people it is a bit ridiculous as it's pretty normal where we're from, but I didn't want to be involved with it in the slightest. He caused friendship breakdowns because friends would come to me and tell me that he was using substances, he would deny it and tell me they were lying, and I would end up in arguments with them. He admitted 2 years ago to lying about it because he could see my viewpoint had changed and I was more accepting of it. Our relationship was great for the last 2 to 3 years, 1 to 2 years before our wedding and 1 year after. But on reflection, I realized it was because I was just being more obedient to him. I was basically a married single mum and handled everything at home, worked in our business, and was the primary parent for our children. Okay, now for the updates. I saw everyone's comments about leaving him and running and divorce. This is definitely my plan, but I'm trying to be smart about everything and not rush into it and do it on impulse. After my last post, I did cave to his pressure and allow him another chance. I told him that I was going to visit my friend's new apartment in the city and go for dinner together. He lost it and tried to forbid me from going. I told him that I wasn't asking for permission, I was just letting him know. He was yelling and carrying on in front of our children that I either be husband and wife again or he's leaving right now. And I was just overwhelmed and trying to get him to stop, so I agreed. He also admitted to going through my phone to look at my messages with my friend because he didn't trust what I was saying. But shock and horror, a week later, he left again. So currently we are not together. He keeps apologizing and telling me he loves me and regrets the things that he was saying to me. He keeps asking me, "So are you done, or do you want to be with me?" I reminded him that you left and we're not currently together. I said, without real changed behavior, I am not willing to be together. And I know that he will not be able to do that because I now realize that I think he's a narcissist, or at least pretty close. In the meantime, I've been recording many of our conversations and interactions. I'm meeting with a lawyer and speaking with an individual counselor and trying to get my house and estate for sale without it being obvious. I also forwarded many of our business financial documents to a separate email in case he restricts access to them. His work email is also on my computer as I handled most of his correspondence, and a few days ago, he had an email from Snapchat about some password change or something. Not really a huge deal, I guess, but I'm pretty confident there is either another specific girl in the picture or he's having casual sex. If there's anything else I should be doing, anything you may want clarified, or any thoughts you have, I would love to hear it. And thank you all again. In the comments, Matcha Magpie says, quote, "So currently we are not together. Lady, I'm on my hands and knees begging you to stop with this language. It needs to be, we are not together, period." OP replies, "You're right, we are not together, period. I promise it is not changing. If you can't stick with this for yourself, do it for your children. They deserve a stable home with good parents, and better to have no father than an abusive one." Hold up. After all of that, you didn't leave him? Do yourself a favor and just kick the dude right in the nuts. It'll be very cathartic. I don't know how good advice that is. OP replies, "I know, you're right. The kick him in the nuts comments did make me chuckle, so thanks." When you said he did things to you that you didn't feel comfortable discussing in your previous post, it honestly made me scared for your safety. Have you changed the locks on the house? Keep moving forward. It sounds like you have a good plan. Just make sure that you and your kids are safe. I just want to make it clear on record for the courts that kicking him in the balls in his current state is probably not a good idea. Obviously, this is a professional opinion of mine. So as a professional, I'm going to say that you should definitely not kick him in the balls. Do not do that. He will escalate, as I imagine people do when they get kicked in the balls. If you were to ask me, does he deserve it? I'd say yes, I do think he deserves to be kicked in the balls, but for your own self-preservation, maybe avoid that. OP took advice from the comments on her original post. She continues to reply to comments on the update post. I think she will be okay going forward. I hope she is safe. I hope that he stays away from her. We all know that he won't. But I really hope that, she took all of the safety precautions that the comments gave her before this and is in the process of getting a restraining order against this man to keep her and her family safe. This is a nightmare situation. I'm sorry it came to this point, OP, and I wish you nothing but the best going forward. My girlfriend and I have never had sex, and it's been almost 5 years. Am I the asshole? Yes, I mean never. Me, 27 male, and my girlfriend, 26 female, have been together for almost 5 years. When the relationship started, I assumed she was being flirty and building the temptation. We were having so much fun going on dates, and I was just excited for the time to come, and it still hasn't come. I've tried to talk to her. I've brought this up hundreds of times. Every time I gently start the conversation, she starts crying and says she feels guilty, and she gets angry at me for always bringing it up. At the start, she said she has vaginismus, and she's seen a specialist about this once because I asked her to, and has the tools for exercises that they use to fix it. They've been sitting in her bedside drawer ever since. I am not blaming her for having vaginismus, and I'm sure that it's a horrible experience, but sitting here for 5 years waiting doesn't feel fair. The last time I brought it up, she said she just never had the drive to have sex, and it's not something she's ever wanted. But it's something that I want. I've asked her to go to the doctor to get her hormone levels checked, which she did. She went off her birth control about 3 months ago, and absolutely nothing has changed. This makes it hard for me though, because it seems like she's starting to put in some kind of effort. She's beautiful and smart, and she has a good job. We live together, and her family love me. We do everything together, and I miss her when she's not around. I just don't know if I can live like this. I've already spent 5 years of my 20s in a sexless relationship, and I've been hoping that she would just have some sort of awakening or breakthrough and become a sexual person. She's recently been bringing up engagements, feeling annoyed that her friends who have been together for less time than us are getting engaged, and I haven't asked her. I can't see myself proposing and trapping myself in a life where I never have sex again. Am I the asshole for building resentment toward her and expecting her to change after all this time? What do I do? In the comments, Alb says, she should date an asexual, and you should date someone who's not asexual. This is the answer. I dated an asexual woman for a couple of months. Sex twice, and it was like a chore for her. An inconvenience. It's a horrible feeling. Asexual people should date other asexual people. It only hurts others. Just hopping in as an asexual, I'm very sorry for your experience. Sexual incompatibility is real, and I totally get how it sucks to feel like it's a chore to the other person. I just want to let everyone know that not every asexual person has no drive for sex. Asexual only means that we do not have sexual attraction, and even that can vary. For example, demisexuality means that you need a very strong emotional bond, like very strong, before feeling attraction. Imagine it like that. Libido is your hunger, sexual attraction your appetite, and sex is eating. Your experience was that the asexual person forced themselves to eat, but other asexuals might have a very, very slight appetite, or just enjoy the act of eating without having a direct appetite. Or they enjoy the feeling of being full, or enjoy seeing their partner that cooked their dinner happy when they eat their food. I just want to say that asexuality is a spectrum, and while a relationship with an asexual can be quite difficult, depending on how the sexuality manifests, isn't automatically impossible or unfair to both partners. Regarding the post, not the asshole. The girlfriend might be asexual, but as she isn't letting OP in on the topic in a constructive way, and you both probably being sexually incompatible, I'd break it up. You deserve to be talked to, and you have a need to be met. She obviously shouldn't force herself, but it's fully reasonable for you to say this relationship is unsatisfying to you. Dyed in the Wool Scott says, yeah, this sounds dead in the water, OP. You're too young for this. You were sexually incompatible, and there's nothing wrong with that. But it's unfair to keep each other in a relationship if you aren't compatible. Especially don't get married if you're incompatible. Because damn, how many stories have we heard where people were like, I thought things were going to get better after I got married. You know what? As long as we had a kid, I thought things were going to get better after that. Oh, brother, it never does. Can people please just learn from the experiences of others and not ignore thousands of stories and be like, you know what, I'm going to be the difference. It's going to be different for me. I'm somehow going to defy the odds because I'm special. You know, good luck to people that have that mindset, but I hope that OP takes on all of these comments and realizes this is a sinking ship that OP himself is not going to be able to save. You know, I think it is healthier for the both of them to just cut their losses and find someone that is compatible for each of them. So no, not the arsehole OP. And now, onto the update. It took a lot of courage, and I finally made the decision for us to go our separate ways. It was a hard conversation for the both of us to have, but it ended up being very amicable. We are still living together for a couple of weeks, and I told her to just say the word if she needs some space, as I've got great support with friends that I can stay with before I move states for a 5-week university placement. She's got her parents' house 2 minutes down the road, and she even offered to stay there as she's empathetic to the fact that I don't have that option. She has no problem with me leaving personal, non-essential items at the house until I have a new fixed address. She won't kick me to the curb, basically. She's been very mature about how we move forward, and we've had some of the best conversations we've ever had and reminisced about all of the things that were great about each other and our relationship. Overall, we have no spiteful feelings for each other and can feel confident that we can be friends again in the future, after respecting having time and space from each other. Once again, I appreciate all your comments and messages. In the comments, Sweet Sparkle Lady says, "Breakups are tough, but it's heartening to see such maturity and respect. Wishing you both the best in your next chapters." Dear Lord, 5 years. You have some unholy level of patience. Congratulations on moving on with life and doing it without being a dick about it. This was the best outcome. Breakups suck. Best wishes for the both of you. She can be asexual if she wants. You can be sexual if you want. But if she tried to lead you on and give you false hope for years, knowing in her heart that she would never even try, that's wrong. Regardless, you are fundamentally incompatible as a couple, and going your separate ways is long overdue. Yeah, look, I'm guilty of glossing over details like that and not covering all points, but I will revisit it. I think that was kind of messed up, that she tried so many different things, and it seems like she wasn't transparent with him. And maybe it's more than it seems like, because the vaginismus thing, she went to a specialist, she had the tools there, and she never even tried. So that was just appeasement, but she wasn't going to go as far as actually committing to the proper therapy. She was just giving Opie a half measure of lip service. I think that is categorically wrong. I think that's kind of messed up that she did do that to him. Why did she feel the need to lead him on when she could have just said, "No, I'm not going to go do the therapy. I don't want to have sex"? Why can people not be honest with themselves? Why do they have to lie to themselves and then lie to their partner? I don't like that she did that, but at least she didn't waste 5 more years of his life. That's a good takeaway from this. I'm glad that they did break up. 16 days in between the original post and that is, I'd say a decent time to break up. It wasn't the next day. He had some time to think about that, and I'm glad he did actually go through with it. So thank you, OP, for the story, and good luck going forward. Our next post is by user Husband and Friend, and it's titled, "Hubby of 10 years, 35 male, just told me that he's planned a ski trip to Canada with a family friend, 22 female. I truly trust that he's not planning to cheat on me, but on the surface, this seems like a bad idea. Should I put my foot down and say no? I'm 35 female. My husband comes from a big group of people that aren't related, but were basically raised like one big family. I think at the core there are 6 families who all vacation together, did holidays together, are each other's godparents, etc. They are essentially family. My husband represents the older end of the kids at about 35, while this girl, Shelby, represents the younger end at 22. But to see them together, you would really think that they're cousins or even brother and sister. Shelby was a flower girl at our wedding when she was 12, so I too have known her a long time. To be frank, I've never hit it off with Shelby. She's a nice girl, and I can't take that away from her. I admit a lot of this may be jealousy on my part because the little tomboy has blossomed, literally, into a woman that is model good looking. In fact, she is a model. She's one of these girls that's been able to turn her Instagram account into a reasonable monthly income. She's also a ski instructor, college student, sweet, funny, and lovable. And to top this all off, my husband absolutely lights up around her in a way that he doesn't do for anyone else, male or female. To be fair, he is like this with our kids too. Meanwhile, I feel like the mean, awful wife who's gained 50 pounds, yells at the kids about dishes, and nags my husband that he can't go skiing. His absolute passion in life, because of my parents' anniversary party. So yes, I admit a big part of this problem is my own insecurity and jealousy. So I had given in, and agreed that he should take 2 weeks off this winter to take a once-in-a-lifetime ski trip to Whistler, British Columbia. He was originally supposed to go with a college friend. The trip is all set up and paid for. About an hour ago, he calls and tells me that he has bad news and good news. The bad news is that his friend backed out of the trip, but the good news is that he already talked with Shelby and she's agreed to fill in the now vacant spot. Yay! Sarcasm. I stammered for a little bit, and I think what came out of my mouth was, "You're going on a trip with a 22-year-old girl?" And he replied with something like, "Well, not any girl. It's Shelby." I think I said, okay, but what about the room?" And he told me that Shelby's like his sister and that she's shared hotel rooms with him before. I told him I was incredibly uncomfortable with this, and the last I knew they shared a hotel room was when she was around 5 and he was babysitting her on a vacation. I told him that I really had to think about this, and he seemed like he was shocked that I didn't just immediately share his excitement at the good news. We both hung up, disappointed. He's going to be home in about 2 hours, and I really don't know what to say to him. I very frankly do not want my husband sharing a hotel room with a 22-year-old Instagram model. However, I also know that they booked super early to secure a special rate on the room, and if they tried to book a second room now, it would be hundreds and maybe more dollars a night. There's a good chance that if he doesn't take Shelby or get someone else to fill in, he may have to cancel the trip because it'll just be too expensive for us in terms of the room, the gas to get there, etc. He's been wanting to do this trip for a very long time, and I don't want to ruin it for him. But to repeat, I don't want my husband sharing a room with a 22-year-old Instagram model. Is this a put my foot down situation? Is making me comfortable more important than his dream vacation? In the comments, why doesn't OP go or make it a family vacation? OP says, "I'm not very athletic and the trip is very, very expensive, so it's just out of reach for our family to go. Very frankly, I don't like to be cold, so skiing is just not my thing." I don't mind this at all, and I'm glad that he has something that he is so passionate about. We do take a ski trip every year with the kids. I don't ski, I just stay in the room or shop, but this one is so far away that he's having to drive through the night, so it's just not a kid-friendly trip. Plus, he's a really great skier, so he wants to be with other great skiers on this trip. Edit. Greg just got home and kissed me hello as usual, and then he said he'd already cancelled the trip and was sorry to make me uncomfortable. His name is Greg. I can't. Who gives their child that name? Graig. Sorry. He's acting like everything is fine and working on our family puzzle with the kids, but I know him well enough to know that he's really heartbroken at not getting to go. Whether that upset comes from his friend, from me, or the Shelby situation, I'm not sure. I feel terrible because he works so hard and has 2 jobs, and I've taken 2 long vacations without him because he knows being a stay-at-home mum is hard. He's been wanting to ski at Whistler since he was a teenager. I feel awful that my insecurities and lack of excitement at his passions scuttled his trip. I have no idea how to make this up to him because I feel awful. Opie adds a little more on her 2 trips. My best friend and I took a 2-week trip to Italy last summer, so I've done a similar trip to his. Just not with a boy toy for a roommate, but then again, I don't have any family friends like he does. Crossbeat says, "To me, the issue isn't about him taking her on the trip or even sharing a hotel room. The problem is that he didn't run it by you first. He put what he wanted to do ahead of your feelings and input. My best friend is a guy, so maybe my perspective is a bit different, but we've stayed the night in the same room on trips together plenty of times, and it's no different than staying in a room with my female friends. Maybe a bit more effort at modesty. Now that I'm in a relationship, my only hesitation to planning a trip with him would be to check with my girlfriend that she was okay with it. Have you ever given him a reason to think that you were or weren't okay with them sharing a room in the past?" OP says, "If I know my husband, what happened is Berto cancelled in the middle of the day with little explanation. My husband then freaked out that his dream trip was going to crumble right before his eyes, so he got on his phone and just called everyone he knew that might be interested and available. Whether or not Shelby was first, I don't know, but I doubt seriously he even thought that he had to talk it over with me. So to be fair, and to answer your questions, he did have to share a hotel room with my sister when he had to drive out and rescue her when her car broke down in the middle of nowhere. In his brain, my sister and Shelby may be on the same relationship level." Edit 2. To add to my guilt, Shelby just called me directly and apologized profusely and wanted me to know how much she loves me and the kids, and she would never do anything to make me uncomfortable. No excuses, no blame or anything, just her apologizing to me. Edit 3. I was able to talk to the hotel and managed to just catch a reservation agent before they went home. Not only was I able to get him his original reservation back and the price, I'm dipping into my own girl fund to upgrade them to a suite, so while it's not 2 rooms per se, they now will have a living room with a fold-out bed with a separate bedroom, which will go a long way to help me and my insecurities, because it won't be a typical hotel room with 2 beds right next to each other. I'm telling Greg in just a minute, and then I will call Shelby back and let her know that I appreciate her everything she does for us. I have a lot of work to do on myself, and if anything, this has made me realize that my insecurities are a big, big problem. Edit 4. It's Saturday, and I promise I will let go after this. The comments are still evenly split as to whether this is a good or a bad idea. At this point, I'm as confident as I can be at my decision. I just talked with Greg about some minor concessions and clarifications I would like from him, which were basically no nakedness or underwear around each other. Shelby gets the bedroom in the suite, so she has her private girl space. Lock the bathroom door all the time, so no possibilities of that misunderstanding or accidents. No cute couple pics for her Instagram that could be taken out of context, and please call often and Skype at least once a day. I still feel a little too demanding, but I also feel like I'm giving a lot. Greg is beside himself that his dream trip is finally happening, and I just talked with Shelby, and she promised me free babysitting for life and a weekend together in Denver at a spa that sponsors her Instagram. Girl isn't doing too bad for herself. Apparently a cute butt and cheeky bikinis takes you places. She told me she loved me about 1,000,000 times. I really appreciate all the comments yesterday and today. I'm gonna really try and turn over a new leaf and get healthy. I'm gonna start phasing in eating paleo with Greg, and in just a few minutes, I'm gonna go to my first ever hot yoga class with a long-term goal of losing weight and really getting healthy, so the next time this comes up, I can share in my husband's passions like he does for me when I get the invite to a dream ski trip. You know what, I'm glad that OP was able to rectify it, because I didn't agree with her, especially after hearing that she's had her own trips without him, like to Italy of all places. Damn, that's expensive. You had your own dream vacation without him? Damn. And that you have to continuously bring up the fact that she's a hot Instagram model. Bro, did you guys know that she's a hot Instagram model? I don't know if she's an Instagram model or not. Did she say that at all? Who knows, actually. I think, in my opinion, she was overthinking this entire mess, and she was letting her insecurities get the best of her. I understand where it's coming from, but surely you trust your husband not to do that, especially with someone that's pretty much a younger sister to him, that's family, that's cousin. He managed to control himself with your sister. I'm sure he can control himself with a hot 22-year-old Instagram model that is actually like a sister to him as well. Like, absolutely, Greg did all the right things here. Greg shut it down, realized that this was a marriage-ending dilemma that didn't have to happen. He needed to put her needs before his wants. He needed to make compromises so as not to self-destruct his family. Absolutely respect Craig for that, but I felt like OP was intruding on his dream trip and not letting him have the fun that I feel like he deserved by allowing her insecurities to take over like that. Regardless, it did work itself out, and I'm happy that we're able to come to this compromise together. And now, onto the update. So Greg and Shelby just drove up to the house. Greg is getting ready for work, and Shelby is taking a nap in our guest room since she drove for most of the night. The trip went very well, and they both had a great time. As for me being insecure, Greg did everything that I asked of him to reassure me that there was nothing at all inappropriate going on. He called me multiple times a day, and we Skyped for maybe 15 to 20 minutes a night, almost every night. I got a good idea of the room layout, and saw that even though they were sharing a suite, they both had plenty of privacy. I did have one moment early on where the reality of my husband sharing a hotel room with an Instagram model in her 20s sort of took my breath away. But it wasn't Shelby's fault. Me and our 9-year-old son were on Skype with my husband, and I saw Shelby in the background wearing a swimsuit, getting ready to go to the hot tub. When she realized my son was on Skype, they have a very playful, almost flirty relationship. What does that mean? She leaned over my husband's shoulder and said something like, "Hey AJ, I'm gonna destroy you in Halo when I get back." But her boobs were basically right on Greg's shoulder with her ample cleavage in view. In my brain, I was thinking, Buster, if your eyes so much as look left, it's over. But Greg didn't even flinch, which made me realize that to him, seeing Shelby in a bikini is really like seeing his sister or cousin. So all in all, they had a great time. Greg has since left for work, and I'm sure I'll chat more with Shelby when she wakes up for her drive across town. As for me, I've spent the last 2 weeks really dedicating myself to lose weight, get healthy, and be passionate about something again. I've signed up for a 60-day challenge at our local hot yoga studio and have been going every day. I've started using MyFitnessPal to count calories, and I'm astonished at how much I was actually mindlessly eating for years. And in 2 weeks, I've lost just under 5 pounds, which makes me feel really great. Edit, about 12:30, original post was at 7 a.m. I had no idea that this would blow up again, but thank you again. Shelby just left to go to her apartment after we sat and chatted a bit. She's an amazing girl, and I get zero hint that anything went on. Just adding this for the people who think she and Greg are shady. She was so appreciative, and she's going to babysit for us whenever we need it, and do a girls' day at a spa in Denver with me when the ski season is over and her weekends free up. What's crazy is how this and my last post's comments are so split down the middle. To just answer the most common questions comments, 1. I was really kidding about him looking at Shelby's bikini. If he looked, he looked, but it was still a little shocking to see another woman's more intimate parts so close to my husband. The hot tub pool was for the entire hotel, so as far as I know, they were never there alone. At least for very long. I should add that Shelby had a towel around her waist. 2. I didn't go or have the option to go because we have kids in school, and Greg booked this trip last summer. They were leaving Sunday, and his friend cancelled Friday, so it was far too late to make 2-week childcare plans. He asked Shelby, as opposed to other people from that group of friends, because she's really the only one on his level of skiing. 3. Upgrading to the suite cost me $50 a night extra, which was not cheap, but trying to get 2 rooms would have been an extra $450 a night extra. This was the best compromise I could come up with. 4. I'm still insecure, but I'm working on it. I'm not sure if I need therapy or need to just get something in my life other than kids/husband to look forward to. I was quite in a rut. The hot yoga has really helped because it's challenging and I've made new friends. Thank you again for all the comments, the positive and the negative. I'm not a great writer, so the people who like how I handled this will continue to, and the people that didn't like what I did won't. Just trust that I handled this the best way I knew how. To the guys asking for Shelby's Instagram, funny, but no. In the comments, Ugly GF says, 1. Greg. And 2. Why the hell would she describe the sibling-like banter between a 22-year-old and her 9-year-old son as flirty? What the hell? OP clearly has some warped views of looking at familial relationships. Fucking ew. I thought their son was 19 until this comment. Brother, ew. Ew, brother, ew. I don't know. I'm not sure I heard enough times how hot the Instagram model was. Maybe OP could mention it a couple more times, just to really drive the point home. For real, I came into this post thinking that Greg was going to be another willfully ignorant husband who was going to cheat, and I ended up coming away from it thinking that OP needs therapy. The way she talked about Shelby put a nasty taste in my mouth. You were the only one ogling her breasts, lady. It was the boy toy comment that got me. Just not with a boy toy for a roommate. OP needs therapy for her own insecurities, and they probably need help to make her feel more secure in her own relationship. Yeah, look, She definitely lost a lot more goodwill when she sexualized her 9-year-old son in that way, saying that they have a flirty relationship. Sis, I'm saying this with complete sincerity. Get your brain under control. To think that up, allow that thought to get onto the keyboard, and then to A-OK that in the entire post is not okay. It wouldn't be okay for someone else to sexualize it in the other direction, with a 22-year-old having a flirty relationship with a 9-year-old girl. So no, it's not okay in this one, and I do think she needs some therapy. The boy toy comment just adds to it. There's so many points here where you're like, Jesus Christ, please go get some help. And I'm glad that she is working towards that. I very much am. But I'm not going to apologize for being a sour lemon over someone making sick comments like that. That was fucking gross. Don't say that about a 22-year-old and a 9-year-old. Stop it. Get some help. I'm glad that she is open and transparent enough to lay out all of her insecurities onto the internet like that. It's a biased third-party source. People can speak their minds on it. We don't have to be nice about these people's feelings. If this huge split community is what led her to go and get help and go get therapy, and it does a world of good for her, then I'd say that Reddit has done its job, and she's achieved what she came to Reddit to achieve. Simple as that. Thank you for the story, OP. Good luck to you and Greg. What a wonderful little name that he has. Who did you give him the name Greg? Why did you give him that name? To keep his identity anonymous? Why did you think of that? I just can't. Am I the arsehole here for backing out at the last minute because I didn't want to sleep on an air mattress? I, 27 female, and 3 friends made a last-minute plan to go to the mountains this weekend. Our group is a couple. Let's call them Jay, 27 female, and Sam, 32 female, and 2 single friends, me and Alex, 26 male. We actually found a good Airbnb at first. It had 2 bedrooms, one with a king bed and one with 2 single beds. Alex and I were totally fine sharing the second room as long as we had our own bed. But Jay kept saying that she wanted a pool. This is a short 2-day trip, and we're staying just one night. I really didn't see why a pool was a big deal. We kept going back and forth trying to decide, and the place got booked by someone else. After that, the only places we could find had just 1 bedroom, a pull-out couch, and an air mattress. Alex is recovering from an injury, so of course he shouldn't be on the air mattress. The couple immediately said they wanted the bedroom, but they're not offering to pay more for it, so that leaves me with the air mattress. Jay and Sam both don't have a driver's license, and Alex can't drive right now because of his injury, so I'm the only one who can drive us there and back. On top of that, I'm also the only one who has to work on Monday. I really don't want to be the one driving for hours, sleeping on an air mattress, and then dragging myself to work the next day all tired and sore. I genuinely hate sleeping on an air mattress, so I told them that I was backing out. I told them if they really wanted to do a trip like this, they need to plan it better so that everyone's comfortable. Alex and Sam seemed upset, but Jay got annoyed. She said I was being a party pooper, that I was being selfish, and that I was ruining the weekend. She told me I should just adjust so that we could all have fun. For a moment, I really did think I was overreacting because it's just one night, and going to the mountains would be super fun, but honestly, it doesn't feel fair that I have the worst sleeping arrangement and still get labeled as the problem. So am I the arsehole here for backing out last minute because I didn't want to sleep on an air mattress? In the comments, Snackin' Penguin says, "That's legit shitty. Everyone pays the same price, but you get the worst bed option and the designated driver? Nah, they're just mad because they can't do any of this without you, but not appreciating the extra effort on your part. Not the arsehole. Have them sleep on the air mattress, you get the bed. Seems only fair since you're driving and have to work on Monday. Well, even without work on Monday, I wouldn't want to sleep on an air mattress after driving up there, activities, and whatnot. And after sleeping like crap, do hours of driving back. That's just a big no, thank you. Not the arsehole. Jay was the party pooper demanding somewhere with a pool instead of accepting somewhere that everybody has an actual bed. And Jay wasn't offering the bedroom either. Why couldn't she and Sam take the air mattress? Because single people are less deserving of basic comforts, obviously. I understand letting two people take a bed over one person just to maximize the number of comfortable people, but in this case, I agree with the other commenters that OP was doing the heavy lifting for the group by being the driver, and they should have been willing to prioritize OP's well-being. If OP had had a partner, Jay and Sam wouldn't have been able to call dibs on the actual bed, and this all would have happened very differently. I agree, and I hate that single people always get the short end of the stick in situations like this. And I know that the basis of friendship is putting yourself out, making compromises so that a group can work functionally and so that everything can come together. You've got to do things you don't particularly want to do, because that is the cost of friendship, unfortunately, but not always. In this situation, at least, they are taking too much from OP. This is a situation that could have easily been avoided with proper planning from the get-go and not, shoehorning, I have to have a pool in this Airbnb. It's a requirement. Like, brother, you're already going to the mountains. You don't need any more luxury than that. And then them being the passenger princesses and also getting the only bed, like that is just a luxury holiday for them. They get taxied there. They can sleep in the car if they want. They get to relax. They get to chill. They also get the best sleeping arrangement. It's like OP is setting themselves ablaze so that these guys can have a kick-ass weekend and then getting upset that OP doesn't want to do that. Oh, boo-hoo. Sucks to be you guys. No, you're not the asshole, OP. Just make sure that you plan better next time, if there is a next time. And now, on to the update. Thanks to everyone who replied to my original post. Your responses really helped me feel like I wasn't crazy for feeling frustrated. Unfortunately, I had to go on the trip because I couldn't cancel the Airbnb. But now that the trip is finally over, I wanted to post a quick update. For a bit more context, I moved to a new city last year, and I've been friends with these people for a little over a year. So I haven't known these people for a very long time. But we've gone out drinking, grabbed food, gone to the movies a few times. They've always seemed pretty chill, which is why I thought that it wouldn't be a bad idea to do a short trip with them, but it turns out I was very wrong. Now onto the actual update. I had already booked everything before the whole sleeping arrangement argument, which is my bad, I know. I just had to do it quickly because it was the 4th of July weekend. The Airbnb, the gondola tickets, shuttle tickets, even prepaid parking. After realizing the Airbnb couldn't be cancelled, I figured that I'd just go anyway. I even messaged the host to ask if she could help us with another mattress or something, and she said the pull-out couch would be big enough for 2 people and just looked small in the photos. At that point, Sam and Jay still wouldn't budge. So I told myself that I'd just suck it up and deal with it for one night. We were supposed to leave early Saturday morning. They were supposed to show up at my place by 5:30 a.m. so we could leave by 6. All of them only reached my place at around 7:15 to 7:30, so we ended up starting the drive late. We only got to the town at around 1 p.m. and then took 2 hours to eat lunch, and because of that, we missed our shuttle to the gondola. When I suggested that we just do a short hike instead, they said they were too tired and just wanted to get drinks at the local bar. Since I refused to drive them to the bar, they got it delivered, and they stayed up drinking on the couch, aka my bed for the night, and didn't let me sleep until 2 a.m. They got absolutely wasted and told me they weren't going to the lake the next morning, and they passed out on the couch/floor. I did get the bed, but at what cost? I woke up at around 7 a.m. to cancel our shuttle tickets and start cleaning up the Airbnb before our 11 a.m. checkout. They didn't wake up until 10:30, and I had to beg them to get dressed so that we could check out on time. I was so done at this point. So I drove them all back to Alex's place and went home. So, we did absolutely nothing on the trip except take a 16-minute gondola ride up and down a mountain. No one has paid me back for anything, not the Airbnb, not for the gas, not even for the tickets. You are all right. I was just the driver and just someone who helped make their trip cheaper. I don't think I'm going to be hanging out with these people anymore. I'll wait to get my money back, if I ever do, and then I'm done. It feels kind of sad because these were some of the first friends I made since moving to this city, but honestly, life is too short to spend time around selfish, inconsiderate people. Deep down, I already knew that this trip would be a mess, but I had to learn it the hard way, I guess. Hopefully next time I'll spot people like this a little earlier. Lesson learned. Edit. Sam and Alex just sent me their share. Jay still hasn't, but Sam said she'll cover for her if she doesn't pay by Saturday. I've been going through all of your comments, and yeah, I was definitely being a doormat. They've never acted like this before, so I didn't see it coming. I've never really been surrounded by friends like this, or I've always managed to cut them off before it got this bad. I'm definitely going to stand up for myself more from now on. Thanks, guys. In the comments, Snackin' Penguin says, honestly, I would have left at 6 a.m. when they didn't show. They treated you like a chauffeur. Seriously, OP, these users suck. I'm sorry. OP sucks too for being such a pushover. What hurts teaches. Hopefully this was noxious enough to OP that it's now a deeply learned lesson. Send a money request to each for their portions. If you have anything in text or email amount agreeing to split the cost and they don't pay in 30 days, then take them to small claims and add court costs to each one. You're not going to be friends anymore, so there's nothing to lose. You weren't asking for luxury, you were asking for basic respect, but instead, they used you for your money, your planning, and your ride, and then left you holding the mess. That's not friendship, that's exploitation. You didn't lose friends, you dodged freeloaders. Yeah, OP, you didn't lose friends, you finally saw their true colors. What you asked for was respect, not luxury. They used you and walked away when it was convenient. That's not friendship. That's dead weight that you're better off without. Absolutely. And I'm sure most could see the writing on the wall based off of how this was going initially, especially with the fact that these two people without driver's licenses refused to give any space. That's just user mentality from losers. And it's unfortunate that these user losers were able to derail this weekend as fantastically as they did. Like, you go out to the mountains, you have the gondola tickets, a shuttle, you're gonna do hikes and all that. Nah. How about we just get wasted, sleep in, and go home after that? Nature? What's that shit? I just want to drink at home. I'm not even going to make the effort to go and check out the local town. Let's get our drinks ordered into the Airbnb. Oh, this is a nightmare situation. I hate that for you, OP. I'm so sorry that you had to endure all of that. But please, next time, just don't even go. Even if you can't cancel the Airbnb, just don't even put yourself through that. That sucks. I'm so sorry, but thank you for telling us, regardless, and thank you for putting yourself through that for us. I hope that you've learnt your lesson now. Our next post is by user AlwaysFashionLA, and it's titled, Am I the asshole here for not allowing my mother-in-law to babysit at my house because she goes through my stuff? So I came home from work last week to find some of my clothes on the couch. When I asked what was happening, her exact response was, I was going through your closet and found some great options for a date night I have this week. Bro, what in God's name? I've noticed that our mail is sometimes opened, especially from banks. We both have asked her not to touch our private things. Baby is 5 months old, and although we've paid 5 times a week for daycare, she asks to watch him once a week. Now I've finally put my foot down and said that if she wants to watch him, it has to be in her house. She is so mad at me, and apparently I'm entitled and don't appreciate how much she's helping us when she babysits. I'm at a loss for words. She says she sees me as a daughter, and that's why she feels free to do that kind of stuff. We don't have that kind of relationship. It's just her trying to justify her actions. My own mother would never behave like that and invade our privacy. In the comments, Forward Plenty says, not the arsehole. If she can't be trusted to follow normal social mores, then she can't be trusted to watch your child, period. Not at your house, not at her house. Let her know that you will no longer be needing her services, and it's because you don't trust her. Her justification of seeing you as a daughter doesn't excuse her behavior. Neither my mother nor stepmother would ever do that to me, and I would never do that to my daughter or anybody. Who taught her to have such terrible manners and boundaries? I will say though, my mother-in-law went through my stuff when I was at work and she was visiting from out of state. I came home one day and she rearranged my kitchen cupboards. Not the asshole. Going through your stuff without your permission is not acceptable. It's not okay to do it without asking, and even worse if you've specifically asked her and she did it again anyway. Who cares if she sees you as a daughter? Even if you were her daughter, that's still out of line. OP says, "Thank you. It's so crazy sometimes. I feel like I must have imagined it all." Not the asshole. Yeah, this screams of crossing all kinds of lines. This is only going to get worse, and you cannot be the only one to get this through to her. You, your husband, his father, even siblings need to step in. Your mother-in-law does not see any of this as wrong. She needs to be told from several points of view that what she is doing is violating all kinds of privacy. Your child's life will be invaded, if not already. You need to settle boundaries now before she creates her own. OP replies, "Thank you. That's one of the issues. She's making me out to be the bad one. I don't want to have conflict in the family, but also don't think that I have to put up with her behavior. This is all so nuts to me." Yeah, she shouldn't be making you out to be the bad one, but welcome to Manipulative Dickheads 101. They will do anything to cure their boredom, and that involves tearing their own family apart for their own amusement. I truly believe that is at least part of it. She enjoys the chaos that she is causing here, 100%. This is intentional, and this is messed up. I support the idea of getting the entire family around this, and as a collective, pressuring her to drop this shit. Invading your privacy like this, especially after being told multiple times not to, and then having it flipped on you and saying, "No, actually, you're the problem for having a problem with it. This is a normal thing and you're a psycho. You're a little nutso, a little housemaid that, oh, you have a problem with me? No, the problem is you." Like, I'm gaslighting myself in this hypothetical situation here because it's all just nuts. And someone needs to put her in her place. Not the asshole at all, OP. And now, on to the update. I have an update for all of you wonderful people that helped me see things for what they are and put a stop to it. On the original post, I shared how while babysitting my son, my mother-in-law went through my closet and picked some of my clothes that she wanted to wear for a date, and her opening our mail. Well, friends, here's what happened. I had a conversation with my husband and said that I do expect him to handle his mom when she behaves like that in the future. But at this time, it was important for me to speak to her and lay out some ground rules of what I expect her to not do in our house. She came over after baby was asleep, and I told her I was not okay with what she did, that I felt violated and would appreciate if she found herself in our house alone again to please not go into our room, and all our personal stuff. She became very mad at first, and then played the victim. She said the reason I don't accept this is because I don't like her and accept her. She said she's suspected that for years. I told her that I've actually always liked her, and having her around, and that prior to all of these issues, I never really had an issue with her. She continued to play the victim, and this went on for so long that I stood up and said that the conversation was going in loops, that I don't have to prove to her that I never had an issue with her before, and that conversation was over. I believe she was trying to make me once again look like the bad person, that I'm only upset because it was her, that I have a problem with her, and guess what? Now I do. Now I dislike her because I finally see who she is. She's still his mom, and I'll respect her as such, but she won't be coming to my house anymore, and frankly, I have zero desire to hang out. I've never been around someone so toxic, and it's truly sad. For all the mother-in-laws out there, please don't be this nuts. For all of you that helped me understand her behavior, thank you. In the comments, Just Another Opinion 72 says, "I'm a mother-in-law, and this is crazy. As far as her trying to make her the victim, reverse Uno card that crap right back onto her. Tell her that you're so sad because you felt so close to her, and it hurts to feel so violated by someone that means so much to you. That when she does this, you can't help but feel like she's announcing to you and your husband, and to everyone, how little she thinks of your home, belongings, and ability to handle your responsibilities. That if it was anyone but you, she wouldn't be doing this. Okay, probably not the healthiest way to respond, but you can imagine doing it and seeing the look on her face. I admit, I've arranged things at my son and daughter-in-law's house, with their permission, helping them unpack after they moved across several states with a newborn and toddler, and all of it has been, is it okay if I ... and with a clear understanding that they can say no with no hard feelings. And unless they asked, it was never personal items like clothes and stuff. It was like, do you care if I unpack the kitchen? Any particular place you want stuff to go? Or do you just want me to put it where I think makes sense, and you can move it later? Now, I admit sometimes I put things in the wrong spot at their house, or at our daughter and son-in-law's house, but then there's times that they put stuff away in the wrong place at my house. We all laugh about it because we know it's not intentional. It's truly a case of, I don't know which drawer the garlic press goes. OP replies, I wish I had thought of that response before. But I've learned that I have no patience for that kind of behavior and don't want to be around a grown adult that handles herself like that. Yeah, honestly, fair enough. And the fact that she became so vitriolic and toxic when you just tried to be open and transparent with her tells you everything you need to know about that woman. She's irredeemable. There's no point in arguing. Just go no contact or extremely low contact and let your husband deal with her. You are going to gain nothing by continuing to be in her presence and allowing her access to your house, because she clearly doesn't respect you. She doesn't respect anyone. She doesn't even respect herself enough to have the decency to even pretend to be a good person. I would say the mask has slipped, but did the mask even slip? I think the mask has been down for so long, and you're only just finally realizing that her having the mask off pisses you off, and that you're at the end of your tether, and she refuses to even put on a charade that she's not as toxic as she is. Just truly astounding behavior, and I'm sorry that you're going through that, OP, but I hope your husband supports you in not having her at the house anymore. Dear God, please tell me that he is in support. Good luck, and thank you for the story. Our next post is by user LindyG12, and it's titled, My sister, 37 female, accuses me, 22 female, of favoring my nephew, 9 male, over my niece, 9 female. For some background, I have 2 sisters, Anna, 38 female, and Michelle, 37 female. Yes, I was a surprise baby. Michelle has 1 daughter, Lily, 9 female. Anna and her husband had difficulty conceiving and adopted Ben, 9 male, from foster care when he was 3. Anna later had 2 more sons, Gabriel, 5 male, and Lucas, 2 male. I enjoy spending time with my nibblings, but I do admit that Ben and I have more in common. Comics, video games, etc. than Lily and I do. Recently, Ben got into Harry Potter. He has dyslexia, but he loves listening to the audiobook versions. I also love Harry Potter. For his 10th birthday, I'm planning to take him to Universal Studios to see all the Harry Potter stuff. Recently, Michelle overheard me and Anna discussing this surprise. She was furious, accused me of favoritism, and demanded that I take Lily too. Lily hates thrill rides and Harry Potter, and would be miserable on the trip. I also don't want to spend all that money on someone who wouldn't enjoy it. When I took Ben and Lily to a local amusement park this summer, all Lily wanted to do was sit on a bench and watch YouTube. Michelle told me that if I don't take Lily, then I should do something equally expensive for her 10th birthday, which is a month after Ben's. She then asked why I would want to spend time with Ben and that he's annoying. Ben does have some issues resulting from the abuse before he was adopted: separation anxiety, learning disability, and he acts a little immature sometimes. But Lily's not perfect either. She's whiny and doesn't really have interests outside of YouTube and clothes. Anna got mad at Michelle for dissing her kid, and now they're mad at each other. What should I do? The Universal trip is already paid for, and I don't think I have to, and can't afford to, give Lily an equally expensive present, as I'm still a student. Edit to add, I've already bought Lily an American Girl doll and a gift card to Justice to give her on her birthday, which are both things that she really wants. In the comments, when asked, does Lily enjoy spending time with OP? OP says, she used to enjoy doing things with me, but now she dislikes going anywhere without internet access because she gets bored. When we go to a movie that Lily picked, she doesn't stay interested longer than 15 minutes before she says she's bored and wants to go home and watch YouTube. When all of us go to a restaurant with my parents, Lily can't go more than 5 minutes without pulling out her iPad and watching videos. When I say she's whiny, I mean she always says she's bored after a few minutes of doing anything and wants her iPad/someone's phone. I do enjoy going clothes shopping, and I tried doing that with her, but she was bored then too. Also, she asks me to get her every single toy from the newest unboxing video she saw, and then never touches the toys again. Rail Mamanic says, you don't have to do something equally expensive, but can you plan a day outing around her interests so she has her day with you too? I do think her mum is right that such blatant favoritism is going to be hurtful. I would try to find things to connect with her over too. You're assuming Lily wants to hang out with OP. If you read through the post and the comments, there's plenty of evidence to suggest that Lily prefers seclusion and watching videos to hanging out with anyone. It's not clear whether Michelle understands this and is embarrassed by it, or just oblivious to it, but she's projecting what she might want in Lily's shoes for what Lily actually seems to want based on empirical evidence. More expensive doesn't mean better. It wouldn't be equal to take them both to Harry Potter World, which would be giving Ben something that he would love and Lily something that she wouldn't enjoy. You can, if you want, you don't have to, express that you'd love to bond with Lily more, with things that she might enjoy more. When you give her the gift card, take her shopping, watch YouTube videos with her, maybe like a girls' day manicure. But for the most part, I would just ignore your sister. Tell her, I want to go to Harry Potter World and found someone who loves the books to go with me. Back up to the post, there's an update. Michelle sent me a text asking me if I'd decided what I was doing about the birthday gifts. I texted her back that I don't think Lily would enjoy the trip and explained about what happened at the local park. Michelle answered, why is everyone on Lily's case about YouTube? All kids enjoy electronics. First Miss S, and now you. Ms. S is Lily's teacher. This makes me think that this has become an issue at school. Michelle added, I don't know why you enjoy Ben more than Lily. After all, you're both girls, and she's your only niece. The projection is strong with this one. Bro, you replaced parenting with an iPad. That is very obvious, Michelle. Why did you outsource parenting to the almighty algorithm within the YouTube Kids app, or just YouTube itself, on the iPad? That is the number one issue here. She is being a neglectful parent by doing that, I think. That's my true view. Fight me if you want on that, I don't care. That's terrible parenting. The fact that the teacher is bringing it up as well just makes it even more clear. This is not an OP issue, forcing a student to shell out money for your kids, to have things be fair and equal. No, this is Michelle taking out her frustrations that Lily isn't able to connect with anyone, not able to connect with OP on a proper functional level, and that she's not being a functional human being at all, and saying that this is somehow OP's fault, that OP can't find a reasonable middle ground that Lily can happily exist on. All the while, no one is asking what Lily wants. Michelle refuses to accept the fact that Lily is not okay, and maybe Lily needs some restrictions on her technology access and some probably therapy to help unwind the damage that her terrible parenting has done. Jesus, she can't sit through a movie that she chose for 15 minutes before being like, this is boring. Why don't they play the movie on 1.5x speed? You know what? Play it on 2x speed while I'm also on the tablet. God, don't they make these things more addictive and exciting? What are you weirdo humans doing sitting through a movie at 1x speed? God, I'm bored. Oh my god. I hate Michelle for doing that. And I hate Michelle for being like, oh, first the teacher and now you. Oh my god, bruh. Not the asshole OP. What's wrong with these people? And now, onto the update. So a lot of stuff went down yesterday. My parents took all 4 grandkids to a trampoline place, so Anna and Michelle and their husbands were over to pick them up and stay for dinner. After dinner, Anna announced that she's pregnant. I guess because of being over 35, she got this test called an NIPT, and now she knows the baby's gender, even though she's only 12 weeks. It's a girl. Anna wasn't supposed to be able to have any kids, so we were all happy for her. Except Michelle. Oh, color me surprised, bro. Michelle has a problem? Dude, no way. I'm shocked. Once the dads took the kids downstairs to play in the playroom that my parents have set up there, Michelle went off. She said Anna went and took the only thing she has left being best at, having the only granddaughter. Jesus Christ, Michelle, get over yourself. I was going to leave because I don't like being around when my sisters fight, but then Michelle brought up the Universal trip and Ben. She said that she knows that it's wrong, but after Anna took having the oldest grandkid from her, she was at least happy that her kid had nothing wrong with her. What is bro saying? Especially in the beginning, where Ben had a lot more issues and was really behind. He could barely talk when he was adopted. But now, Lily's teacher and other people, her friends' parents, are noticing that Lily might have attention problems. Apparently, the whole trip thing was just one thing too many. Even though she admitted that there's no reason for it, and my parents have always treated us the same, Michelle said that she's always felt competitive and second best to Anna. Now even I seem to like Anna's kid better. Anna was kind of shocked at all this. She did get a little mad when Michelle was talking about how Lily was better than Ben, but they ended up crying and hugging each other. I told Michelle that I would return the American Girl doll and take a trip to the AG store, which is within reasonable driving distance of us, and let Lily pick it out herself. Michelle said that she and her husband will start the process of getting Lily evaluated. In the comments, Captain Marvel says, "Parents really need to let their kids be bored. It encourages creativity and engages the brain. It also teaches them patience and helps with emotional regulation. I understand Lily may also have additional attention disorders, but giving her a phone or iPad will not be beneficial. If Lily has ADHD, allowing her unfettered access to YouTube is one of the worst things Michelle could do. Short-form video content is like heroin to a dopamine-starved brain. Even without an attention disorder, a kid that age should be building up her capacity to focus and emotional regulation, not mainlining 5-minute crafts." Exactly. My oldest has ADHD, but we banned YouTube long before she was diagnosed. It had the worst effects on her and her sister's behavior. They couldn't watch any normal-length shows, turning it off led to huge meltdowns, and it's all they ever wanted to do. Plus, the content is not trustworthy, so we'd have to monitor what they were watching, which takes away the point of putting a show on. We have several friends with neurotypical kids who've had the same experience as well. Picture Negative says, "I understand that as a parent you want your kids to be treated equally, but it doesn't have to be at the same time. Do something that each of them likes, with each of them." People often get fair and equal confused. OP was looking at the facts. If OP did everything equal, then one of the kids would have been miserable as they want to do different things. And at no point was Lily the one complaining, it was her mum. Lily may not have cared in the slightest, but it wasn't about Lily. It was about her mum having to one-up on her sister, or at least being equal in her eyes. As they say, it wasn't about the Iranian yogurt. You know, it's good that she was transparent and honest in why she was upset and how everything was upsetting her. I will give Michelle credit for that. She recognizes that what she was upset about was illogical, but she can't help how it emotionally affects her. And it's beautiful to see that her and Anna are still able to cry and make up and come to an emotionally open and honest, vulnerable place together. That despite their flaws, that despite how upset these situations make them, they're able to come together and make up and be honest with each other and not continue to fight about it. I really respect that. I really do. Yes, it might have pissed me off. Yes, I might have been angry that she's upset because Anna is having a child and that child happens to be a girl and that's the only thing that she had over her. It's just so ridiculous. But sure, if she's able to be honest about it and apologize for the hurt that she caused, that's respectable. That's completely fine. I do hope, though, that OP reads these comments, that she's able to push to get some help for Lily. Because, yes, it seems that there is a big problem going on there with Lily that is not being addressed. Thank you for the story, and thank you for the update, OP. I think my wife's best friend is developing feelings for me, and my wife doesn't want to believe me because it's her best friend. Okay, yes, I'm aware that I'm going to sound arrogant and like a narcissist. Get over it. My wife and I have known each other in total 20-ish years. We have dated for 9, married for 5. She has known her best friend Dee since the end of high school/early college. They are like sisters. Dee has horrible luck with guys. Abusive relationships, toxic relationships. She's had it all and then some. I know this because she vents about it to my wife and me all the time. Recently, she just got through a particularly rough relationship, which she decided she was no longer going to date and just be single for a while. She began making comments to my wife about how lucky she is that she has me, and it must make her feel so good to have a supporting, caring, loving man in her life to take care of her. This is when her changed behavior began. She's been very clingy to me. She never was before when she comes over. Head on my shoulder, sitting on my lap, etc. And she tells me all the time that I make her feel safe and comfortable. She always asks how my dad is going and if I'm happy to see her, or how I think her body looks in her outfit, which she kinda did before, but now she draws attention to her feminine areas. A joke was made by my wife about Dee being my second wife to do all the stuff my wife doesn't feel like doing. Dee jumped onto this and now refers too often enough as second wife. And my wife thinks it's funny, and it was, until Dee sent me a picture of a ring that she wanted because even your second wife needs a ring. I've brought this all up to my wife because I don't want to keep her in the dark about anything, and she just says things like, that's just her, or she doesn't mean anything by it. My fear is that Dee is getting what she's never gotten from any of her past relationships. Comfort, validation, safety, and that she'll become attached to this sort of fantasy. I don't want my wife to think that I'm doing anything behind her back, but as I've stated, she just brushes it all off. Am I just being too observant, or is there something there that my wife isn't seeing? Thoughts? In the comments, SoCal Sunshine says, just have 2 wives. Problem solved. As a female with a lot of guy friends, there is a huge difference in confiding with someone and then sitting in someone's lap. That to me seems like there's more to it. I'd chat with your wife and see where she stands on it. OP says she brushes it all off. I have brought up everything that has happened and left nothing out. They reply to OP, you're also allowed to have boundaries. Just because she's okay with it, and even if your wife is, doesn't mean that you are, and that deserves to be respected. I find it odd that she doesn't see anything weird about it. Females are hyper-aware of what they are doing. And OP says, are you suggesting that my wife may see something there and not care? Look, that could potentially be the case, and I think that it is inappropriate as much as you are seeing that it's inappropriate. And yes, it is very odd that you've brought everything up and she continues to brush it off. If you don't want another woman sitting on your lap and getting as close to you as she is, that's a perfectly acceptable and reasonable boundary for you to have with someone else. It really doesn't matter if your wife doesn't have a problem with it. You have a problem with it. Tell her that the best friend needs to stop. Tell the best friend that she needs to chill out with all of that and stop being all over you, and stop with this really weird amount of intimacy she is giving you. It makes me uncomfortable hearing it, and I don't think that anything good can come from it. It really feels like a ticking time bomb of resentment from your wife. Something that could potentially seriously affect your relationship, and it will have been her fault as well for condoning it and allowing it to continue. And now, on to the update. Thank you for everyone's input and advice on my situation. On that note, there are some questions that I keep seeing, so I'll answer some below. Sitting on my lap. This has only happened twice. Both instances were at parties where there was no seating left where I was sitting. I actually offered her my seat, and she said thanks and sat on my lap. Yes, both times were in front of my wife, and she thought it was funny, so rather than make a scene by kicking her off, I waited until an opportunity came, like I needed more food, drink, bathroom, etc. Is she hot or am I attracted to her? By society's standards, she would be very attractive. By society standards, my wife would be not as attractive. That being said, my wife is exactly what I want in a woman. Just speaking physically at the moment. My wife is short, very pale skin, long curly brown hair, and not skinny because of the children we've had together. I love my wife the way she is, and we are working together to help her lose the baby fat that she wants to lose. Dee, on the other hand, is taller than me. I'm 5'10", tan skin, straight dirty blonde hair, and skinny. Again, attractive, it's just not what I'm into. Okay, so now for the update. I talked to my wife about everything going on and my concerns about it, using some points that people brought up in the comments. It turns out that my wife is aware of the situation and is actually partially behind it. Apparently, she brought up the idea of using me to show her best friend what to look for in a guy was a good idea, but has gone a little farther than she thought it would. Forgive her, she had good intentions. So we're both going to sit down with Dee and talk about everything next time she comes over. And now for the latest updates. Firstly, thank you to everyone for your good advice. This will be the last update to this crazy series of events. Now let's get to what you're all waiting for, the update. Dee came over, we all sat down at the table, and the kids are at their aunt's for the night. I stated that I wanted everything to come out, all of the cards on the table. I want to know everything. So this is what went down. Dee has always had awful luck with men. She vents to me and my wife about it all the time. During a conversation when I wasn't present, Dee had said something along the lines of wishing she could find a man like yours because she will never know what it feels like to be genuinely wanted and appreciated. My wife made a bad decision in trying to comfort her friend, suggesting treating me more like a boyfriend than just a good friend. Nothing physical, just the support and comfort and validation for a little to get an idea of what to look for in a man. Dee said that she was fine with that, but when she started to get it from me, she wanted more and more and started to cross boundaries to get it. The lap sitting, that kind of stuff. I asked my wife about it, and she said that it caught her by surprise, but didn't exactly make her uncomfortable with her friend. It was actually the mentioning of Dee wanting a ring that she finally started to see that this was getting out of control. Wife said she realized she messed up, but didn't want to say anything to me about it. I explained to the both of them very thoroughly about how ridiculous this entire thing is, how there are better ways we all could have helped, how this could have destroyed friendships and marriages. They should have come to me, and we could have all figured out ways to help each other together. There were apologies from both parties. Dee is still our friend, and she will be coming over in a few days for us to discuss how she can potentially work on herself and things to look for in the men that she has an interest in dating. My wife is very sorry to Dee and me about the entire thing. So in the end, my wife made a mistake that she is remorseful for, learned from, and will come out better for it. Dee will have help working on herself and working towards a healthier future, and then there's me. Tired, and I want a beer. Thank you again, everyone, for your good words and advice. I'm sorry if this isn't the outcome you hoped, thought, or predicted, but life is unpredictable, and I'm glad this is over. Oh, and there will be no threesome. In the comments, not with that attitude there won't. Many are saying that he fumbled the three-way, but honestly, I think OP's a solid dude, and he handled it awesomely. Not everything on the internet is a plot of a porno. Sorry, but your wife owes you a lot more than an apology. If the genders were reversed in this, so many people would be telling you to call the police and get a divorce lawyer, etc., because it would have been a wife who'd been harassed and physically molested by her husband's friend, despite her clearly not wanting him to do it. But because your wife and her friend are women, nobody is pointing out how serious this is to you. And in that scenario, everyone would be questioning why the husband would want to be friends with a man who sexually harasses his mates' wives. But again, nobody's saying this to you, and you seem to think it's okay for your wife to continue her friendship with this woman, and frankly, it isn't. Your wife not only allowed, but encouraged someone to sexually harass and molest you. Unwanted physical contact? Yup. Sitting on your lap, leaning on your shoulders, feeling you up. Unwanted text messages? Yup. Texting pictures of rings and shit. Unwanted comments? Yup. I wish I had a man like you. And I can assume the feminine areas mentioned were her tits and ass, so I assume the questions she asked were along the lines of, does this show too much cleavage? And does this make my ass look good? And how big do my boobs look in this top? Etc. Also, no sane person would agree to treat someone, never mind their friend's spouse, like a partner in any sense. Much less without discussing it with said spouse first, but because they're women, they think it's harmless and no harm, no foul. This wasn't a mistake or an error in judgment. Nobody is this stupid. Mr. 239 says, no way in hell am I offering up my man as some pacifier to another woman. What was the wife thinking? Honestly, who knows what the wife was thinking? Very good that it didn't become a threesome, because you never know how that could get turned around on you and destroy the relationship. I understand that people are like, oh, you guys are being set up for a threesome right now. It's going to be a little bit of a freaky time. We're just goofy guys. We're just two goofy gals that are playing a little bit of muddy water here. Wouldn't want to get dirty, would we? Ha. Like, no. Props to OP for having self-control and self-awareness in this situation to think with his head and go, this is really messed up. I'm uncomfortable. We need to sort this shit out right now because this could very easily do a lot of real damage to us. I'm very glad that his wife learned from this and that she knows not to test their relationship boundaries like this again. Don't allow socially unacceptable behavior to continue. Do not promote socially unacceptable behavior like that. No good can come from it. As I said before, she will resent her husband for something that she started. And if that resentment cropped up, that will be entirely her fault. Thank God he had the self-awareness to nip it in the bud before it became a problem, and sit everyone down and force direct and open communication. That long comment that I read at the end there, yes, a bit weird vibes coming from that one, but I don't think they're particularly wrong. I understand we don't always have to go swapping the genders and everything, but yes, in that case, if the genders were swapped, that'd be really messed up. I agree with that. In this case, a lot of people find it socially acceptable. Apparently the wife did, so good on them, I guess. Our next post is by a throwaway account, and it's titled, My brother, 27 male, does some really creepy stuff, and I, 21 female, am done with him. Well, hey Reddit, I'm desperate. My brother is really, really creepy. Like really fucking creepy to the point where I look at him and I have serial killer thoughts. And then I realized what I'm thinking and I feel guilty. Yesterday, for example, he picked me up at the university and was supposed to take me to the mall because I needed to buy some things. I realized the route was different and I asked him where he was going. He didn't say anything. I kept asking where we were going because I knew that we were far away from the uni and he was driving faster and faster, and I told him to stop, but he wouldn't. Then he casually went back to the mall, I got out of the car and said that he didn't need to drive me back, and he just went away. Sometimes on holidays, I'll be alone and he'll stand behind me and scare me. I told him multiple times to stop, and he didn't. He's been doing it since we were kids. Sometimes I would wake up and see him standing in front of me while I slept. What the fuck? Excuse me? No need for a sleep paralysis demon when you have a brother like that. Last Thanksgiving, I was sleeping and woke up to him sitting on the edge of my bed, speaking French. Sometimes he'll show up at my college and ask to talk to me. I'll get off class, and then he'll just say that it was nothing and go away. Sometimes I see his car parked at my boyfriend's house. I don't understand it. I'm done with him. What can I do? In the comments, Purple Urkel says, OP, you need to start answering questions so we can help you. Questions like, where are your parents and what do they think of his behavior? Has he been evaluated? Do you ever feel threatened, sexualized? Does he do this with anyone else? Help us out here. Give us something back. OP replies, hey, I'm here. I'm sorry for not answering earlier. I ended up sleeping. Anyway, yes. When I was a little girl, I used to tell my parents about my brother going over to my bedroom and scaring me. My parents would talk to him and say that it's absolutely not okay to do that, but he wouldn't listen to them. My parents also took him to a therapist when he was a kid to see if there was something going on, but no, nothing. He kept doing it as I grew up, except that he became creepier, like the things I mentioned in the post. There was one occasion where I was on a trip in another country, and he showed up at the same place I was, but instead of being excited by his presence, I was just so tired about it. So I asked him, what are you doing here? And he said, I'm just enjoying France. You're the only one who can appreciate this beauty? I couldn't do anything, so I ended up accepting it. He does have a girlfriend, and no, he doesn't act that way with her. He doesn't act this way with anyone. He has a good job, and I don't live with my parents, nor does he. Wait a second. This dude randomly shows up while you're in France out of nowhere and just seems to bump into you? That's some next level shit right there. Did you tell your parents about this issue in particular? And OP says, I did. My parents were disappointed that he was still doing that and told me they were going to talk to him. It happened in March too, so not long ago. Yeah, that's very weird. The parents don't seem to care about his behavior, do they? That raises a lot of red flags in that it sounds like they are enabling it or they are allowing it to continue. Once again, what is wrong with people noticing socially unacceptable behavior, having it brought up to them and being like, actually, it's not really a problem. Let's just let this one continue, huh? How about you be the bigger person and you let it slide and stop making a big deal about it? I'm gonna guess that's an assumption as to how this went with the parents. Him just showing up out of nowhere while she's in another country? Yeah, she's getting stalked by her 6-year-older brother. That's not okay. None of this situation is okay. To be stalked and harassed like this by your own brother? I think it's time for a restraining order against this man, and socially and publicly shaming this behavior, pointing it out at every opportunity that you can. Okay, so trigger warning for this one. Just thought I'd throw it in there. Mentions of suicide or attempted suicide, mentions of assault, mentions of violence, lots of violence. If you don't like that, you can just skip ahead. And now, onto the update. So I talked to my parents and told them that I was tired of my brother's behavior and that they should do something, otherwise I wouldn't be going home anymore. They said I was being too extreme and that he would stop eventually, but that shit has been going on since we were kids, and I knew he wasn't going to stop. So I gave them an ultimatum. They would talk to my brother, and my brother would stop, or the three of them could have a nice life. My parents talked to him after all. My brother refused to get evaluated at first. He was really upset. He went over to my dorm and tried to choke me. He screamed at me, and then he tried to choke me, and then he realized what he was doing and started crying and apologizing. Someone called the cops because my brother tried to kill himself afterwards. Anyway, everything is okay now. Well, I mean, not everything. He was diagnosed with schizophrenia. He didn't get a full written report because it's been a week and it takes time, but that was the feedback and diagnosis. I'm gonna be okay. I just want to say thank you for the advice and stuff, you know? I appreciate it a lot. In the comments, so, how will your relationship with your brother be now? And OP says, I'm not sure. He's just getting treatment now after 27 years, and it will be tough. Really, really tough. I'll try to be supportive of him, but I have to take care of myself too. Wow, OP, you're a hero. You're the only one in your family strong enough to put your foot down about the reality of this situation, and as a result, your brother can now get the help that he needs. Well done, you. Credit to OP. She's a rock star here, but Jesus, those parents are worse than useless. How do you let this kind of behavior escalate to this point without trying some kind of intervention? Perfect example of, we tried nothing and we're all out of ideas. Very much the school of, if you ignore the problem doesn't exist. There's actually a phenomenon where sometimes people will deny something even when presented with proof, if accepting it means that their worldview changes too much. Boy, do I have some questions. He was diagnosed with schizophrenia, but was exhibiting those behaviors since he was a child? Did the parents not actually talk to him or take him to therapy like OP said he did, or take him seriously at all? If I were OP, I'd be thinking really hard about if I wanted those parents in my life anymore. The level of complacency and negligence with how they dealt with the brother is astounding, and it put her directly at risk. And Boschtet says, my brother wasn't diagnosed with it until he was older, but my dad told me that even back in middle school, he remembered my brother coming home and telling him and my mum all the time about how he was afraid because he thought he was always hearing people at school talking about him and that they wanted to hurt him. Unlike OP's parents, they did take it seriously. But back then, especially in the area that we grew up, getting mental health treatment wasn't easy and the doctors wrote it off as social anxiety. It's just sad how so many steps along the way, OP was let down by her parents, the people that she should be able to trust the most in a situation like this. It's really sad. It's not okay. I don't think I could have a good relationship or any relationship at all with those people after them allowing something like this to occur, after them ignoring the signs for so many years. I don't know how I could have a healthy relationship with my parents after this. I would feel like me getting assaulted to this point and him having the breakdown that he did was entirely their fault, as they're the ones that are supposed to be protecting us, and they failed to do so. I don't know, that's how I feel. I'm sure there's other trains of thought around this where it's like, no, actually, it was his responsibility to recognize the signs, and it was on him to get help. You could have distanced yourself, this, that, and the other, but no. I blame the parents. This is their fault that this happened. There were so many things that they could have done to intervene before this. Obviously, it's on him as well for being a terrible person and assaulting his sister and doing all of this. But I just feel like so many people failed OP, and I'm sad for her, but I'm glad that he is now taken away. He's getting diagnosed, he's getting treated. Hopefully, OP can use all of this to get the hell away from that family, because it's obvious that she's not safe with any of them. My family and I think that my cousin is faking her pregnancy. What can we do? I know this is going to sound wacky, but I really am at a loss at what I or my family can do. I, 30 female, have a cousin, 28 female, we'll call her W, who announced her pregnancy late last year. She should be due in the next month or so, but my family is having huge doubts that she's actually pregnant. I really should stress that we're not close at all. We were raised together up until I was around 6, but I genuinely haven't spoken to her in decades due to distance. My mum, however, is close to W's older sister, Z. Excluding my mum, we all live in the same city. My mum has been really worried about W and shared some new information with me that I didn't know about. Last April, W made a post about how she would block anyone who made a fake pregnancy post for April Fool's Day, because she recently found out that she was infertile. Very vague, her exact words were, "I found out I can't carry children." She eventually deleted that post, and then a few months later, announced she was pregnant. She's not in a relationship and hasn't revealed who the father is. Our family genuinely wouldn't have a problem with her having a child out of wedlock or whatever, but she's being super cagey about his identity. She floated IVF around at first, but A, there's no way she could have afforded that, and B, she refuses to confirm or deny it. W is the kind of person who loves taking pictures and daily selfies for Insta. No shade, I'm just setting the scene. Ever since she made the announcement, she hasn't posted any photos of herself. My mum thought that was really weird. As excited as W is to be a mum, shouldn't she be taking more pictures of her baby bump? No one has seen W in person since she announced the pregnancy. She was pretty close with her sisters Y and Z, but suddenly she's been impossible to meet up with. If they offer to drop food off for her lunch, she works in a demanding field, she has a million reasons why they can't come by, despite them being more than welcome pre-announcement. She had a baby shower a few weeks ago that was being organized by a friend of hers. On the day of the shower, our family members arrived at a listed address, but couldn't find the party. They called and texted her to ask for her to come out to find them, and she blocked them. They never got to see her. W announced that she's having a second baby shower, but that it's going to be in a completely different city. It's not even close to her hometown, where her family still lives. My concern is that W might be going through some kind of mental health crisis. My mum is also afraid that she might try to kidnap an infant or hurt someone. I guess I don't know how to approach this situation, and I'm looking for advice. At best, maybe she had a one-night stand and she's ashamed, but that wouldn't explain her refusing to see us. She could be lying, but she has a baby registry and everything. She could be planning to adopt, but again, our family really wouldn't have an issue with that, so it still doesn't explain her secrecy. Or again, she's having a mental health crisis and needs professional help. She recently moved and hasn't given anyone her address, and her job is in an office building that has private parking. So I don't think we could catch her going to or from work without creating an incident, and I wouldn't want to put her job in jeopardy for nothing. What should we do? In the comments, Even Budget says, quote, "My concern is that W might be going through some kind of mental health crisis. My mum is afraid she might try to kidnap an infant or hurt someone." Honestly, I was getting exactly the same feeling before I came to this line. Can you or someone in your family reach out to the friend host of the first baby shower? I'm assuming this shower actually happened, and at least this friend saw her. You need to be very careful as to how you approach this, because either one, she's going through something and this could easily escalate if the friend doesn't know that she was hosting and it was all a lie, or two, she's not lying and it's just something with your family. I would suggest an invitee of the first baby shower to approach the host and just explain that they were sorry to miss it and can they bring by a present. See what the friend says and assess from there. OP replies, "Oh, that's a good idea. I'm in the baby shower invite group still, so I should be able to figure out their contact information." This is good advice. If there's anyone besides family that you know on the list, that's who I'd approach. Just keep it casual and say something like you've had trouble getting in touch with her and wanted to see if she needed anything. See where it goes from there. I had a friend that had pseudocyesis. If that is what your cousin is experiencing, you'll need to handle it very carefully. My friend went through it twice, and it can be heartbreaking. Your cousin would need some type of professional help. Someone else asks, are you sure she's not in a relationship? Because while this does sound like a mental health crisis, it also sounds like the way someone isolates themselves in an abusive relationship. If she's with a new guy who is super controlling, everything still makes sense. OP replies, "Pretty sure, I think." She makes posts about looking for a partner who will treat her right, or how she's enjoying her solitude and won't break it for just anyone. That sort of thing. Back up to the post, there's a small update. I managed to get a hold of W's friend, and I'm going to be meeting up with them this week to pass along a small gift basket for W and voice my concerns. I did find out that W has also started her maternity leave and is due in the coming weeks. Though of course this is still through word of mouth from her friend, who doesn't work with her. I really want to stress that I hope that we're all wrong about this. While I'm still hopeful that this is all stemming from some sort of anxiety over what I think is a high-risk pregnancy, I would feel like absolute shit if it turned out that W was going through a mental health crisis alone. Thank you to everyone who advised me on how to approach this. When I speak to her friend, I will focus on wanting to support W however she needs, and that we just want her to be happy and healthy, and then go from there. I think the most likely situation here is that she is going through a mental health crisis, and that she is avoiding people that could potentially help her out of that mental health crisis, or that she views as a threat. I guess that's my read on the situation. Don't come at me in the comments being like, Marky, you're literally not a trained psychologist. You're not a professional. You should not be speaking on this. Forgive a man for having hobbies. Jeez Louise. My hobbies is making stupid assumptions about stupid situations, and yet you keep coming back here to listen to me make these assumptions. Thank you for coming back, guys. I love the support. But no, for real, that behavior of hers is very concerning, and I've seen similar behavior in a friend of mine in my own personal life. And in that case, it was very serious mental illness, very deeply serious mental illness, in which that person had been involuntarily admitted for, I think it was a 72-hour hold, and then after the fact, they are going themselves to commit themselves for probably a month after realizing how destructive their behavior has become. And that, I respect that. That's some real gumption for someone to have the self-awareness to realize, damn, my behavior is incredibly destructive and it's pushing others away and it's not acceptable. I don't know if that's going to happen in this case, but there are patterns that come up with people like that where they are incredibly avoidant when something significant is happening in their life, and they block and push people away, and in my experience, it has been incredibly detrimental mental health episodes. We'll see what happens with this one, but what can you do, OP? Take the advice of the comments, get through to a friend of a friend that is, not going to be like, oh, they're trying to get you, they're doing all of this, you need to push me away as well, you can't trust anyone. I think a very soft approach is what's needed here. And now, onto the update. So about a month ago, I posted here asking for advice regarding my cousin W and some concerning behaviors my family had noticed. I didn't address all of the questions in the comments, but I did want to clear up a few things. If you aren't close to W, then why are you getting involved? I wasn't completely forthcoming with W and Di's ages and backstory for privacy's sake. We're actually both the same age, born a few weeks apart. Girls are really rare in my family, so when we were younger, we were raised together in my hometown. We come from a big-ass country family before I moved 300 plus miles away. Anyone else getting a feeling that femicide runs deep in the family? My mother and I visited in the summer until I entered high school, and W was, and still is, very close with her. W and I spent time together too, but there was always a bit of a disconnect between us due to interests and distance. To her, I was the only female family member her age to do all the feminine things that she didn't get to do with her brother during the school year. Manicures, playing dress-up, etc. To me, summertime in the country was my opportunity to roll around in the dirt, bike to the river, and let my hair turn into a rat's nest. My mum was always happy to do that kind of stuff with W when I would refuse, and that is how they bonded. With my mum living across the country now, she's effectively been asking me to help check up on W in her stead. Someone else asked, how do you know that she doesn't have the money for IVF? OP says, a month or so before her pregnancy announcement, she had to downsize her apartment and traded in her car for one that had a lower monthly payment and told her sisters that it was becoming too expensive on just her income alone. She also mentioned that she hardly had any savings at the time because she paid off her student loans in one lump sum. Someone else asks, what about her mum and dad? How are you the only closely aged girl in the family if she has sisters? OP says, it's kinda complicated. W and her sisters have different mums, and they have a pretty significant age gap between the siblings. W has a brother close in age, but the rest of her brothers and sisters are minimum 20 years older than W. Furthermore, W's mum has suffered from major medical issues for a while, so W's maternal grandparent, who is very old now, was her primary guardian growing up. W's dad, my great-uncle, passed away over 20 years ago. My mum was his niece, so technically we're first cousins once removed. To demonstrate the age gap a different way, W's sisters are the older cousins that my mum grew up with. I hope that answers some questions. As far as the update itself goes, there's still a lot happening, but here's the main bits. As per the advice I got from the commenters here, I reached out to the host of the baby shower, F, who is a friend of W's, and asked if we could meet up so I could give her a gift basket for W. We met at a coffee place, exchanged pleasantries, etc., before I shared my concerns about W. I reassured F that I just wanted to make sure W was okay, and that if her reticence towards us was due to some fault on our end, I would back off. F looked really uncomfortable while I was asking all of this, and made me promise that I wouldn't tell where W got this information from before she started showing me her and W's text messages. In a nutshell, the baby is real. W had a one-night stand with an older guy, G, who's in a managerial position at her job, and she got pregnant. He's in a different department than her, but the two departments basically share the same office space. Initially, G didn't want anything to do with the baby, and W agreed that she would raise it alone. However, I guess he ended up talking to his mum, M, about it, and she began pressuring him to get involved. G is a widower with no children, so it seems M feels like this will be her only opportunity to have a grandchild. The few ultrasound pictures W gave G were promptly shared all over social media by M, effectively doxing her. M and some of her friends started messaging and pressuring W to enter a real relationship with her son so that M's only grandchild wouldn't be born a bastard. Additionally, M started showing up every other day to their office to have lunch with G, but would use the opportunity to continue to pressure W for more information about her pregnancy. W didn't go to HR because she was afraid that she would lose her job for improper fraternization. So W basically went ghost on social media to keep M from stealing her pictures and harassing her, and refused to let her sisters show up for lunch because she didn't want them to run into M. She's feeling very ashamed of how this is all playing out and doesn't want her sisters to escalate the situation, which, to be fair, is a genuine concern. Her sisters are former college basketball players and are not afraid to throw hands. G is very lukewarm on the whole thing. He doesn't want to be an active dad, but wants W to put him on the birth certificate so that his family, aka M, can have access to the baby. He's willing to pay child support, but W doesn't trust M to respect her boundaries. The dude pretty much only reaches out to W when M tells him to. The baby shower, or showers, were kind of the last straw between W and G. The first shower was going to be for W's family and friends, while the second was for G's family. F, who used to be W's co-worker, agreed to host it at her condo. G asked if he could drop off a gift before the party started, and W agreed, so long as he left before her guests arrived. So naturally, he arrives 20 minutes into the event with M and some of her friends in tow, fully expecting to be greeted and treated like honored guests. F and some of her other guests got into an extended screaming match with M and her friends, and it was during this fight that W's sisters started calling because they couldn't find the correct condo. W blocked them because she didn't want them to show up and escalate the fight. It was mortifying for W because none of her friends and co-workers, except for F, knew about the full situation, so that cat was now out of the bag. The second baby shower still happened, but without W. M basically threw it for herself 200 miles away and has now been saying that she's going to fight for full custody of the baby. G is continuing to be the definition of milquetoast about his mother's escalating threats and effectively spent the last few months at work ignoring W unless absolutely necessary. All of that was dropped on me on a Thursday morning at 8 a.m. F had plenty of text messages and screenshots that W had sent them over the last 7 months corroborating her story. W keeps M muted so that she can keep collecting evidence to use against her. In several of them, W expressed feeling too embarrassed about the whole thing to talk to our family about it. A day or two later, W called me. I had put my number in a card in the gift basket and told her that I was always here to just listen in case she felt alone or sad or angry, and that she could never disappoint me, because she's my cousin and I love her. She thanked me for the gift, and we kind of tiptoed around the conversation for a while. She'd say something like, "Yeah, I'm doing okay," all things considered. And I'd respond, "That's great, W. I know that things haven't been the easiest lately." Eventually, she broached the topic of G, and I initially pretended that I didn't know anything about it, just so that she could get it off her chest. We spent 5 hours on the phone talking about everything that happened and what she should do moving forward. I showed W my original post, and reading that my mum thought she might try to kidnap a baby made W laugh so hard she snorted, which honestly made my heart feel so much lighter. I also confessed that F told me about everything in advance, but only because we were all so worried about her. I suggested that W call my mum and talk to her about everything. I reminded W that she raised my brother and I as a single mum too, and might have some advice to give about the legal side of things. My mum eventually shot me a message a few days later saying that W called and talked to her about the situation. With all of that being said, W had her baby this week. Both mum and baby are healthy and are heading home soon. W has her sisters with her in the hospital and finally told them the full story. They are, predictably, ready to pop the trunk on M, but first and foremost, they're helping W look into what legal options she has to protect her baby from M. She hasn't told G about the birth yet, but M has been blowing her phone up because she knows W is due around this time. She has a very generous maternity leave, but afterwards, W is considering leaving that job because of G. I think she should still report it to HR, but one step at a time. W gave me permission to post this update, but past that, I won't be updating anymore about W's situation. I really appreciate all the advice from my original thread. All I wanted to do was make sure my cousin has the support she needs, and I feel like we're on the right track to being able to help her now. In the comments, Brought Bag Lunch Smart says, "Stealing a baby would have been less drama than this. Yikes. It's just mind-blowing how your cousin is dealing with all of this drama. Especially alone until now. I'd be dealing with the crazy alone if my relatives were a bunch of gossiping see-you-next Tuesdays whose first thoughts when something seems not quite normal is to decide that I was a baby-stealing pregnancy faker. What the hell?" Sleepy Feline says, "Girls are rare in your family, and you're the only one W had to do feminine stuff with, but she has multiple sisters who meet her for lunch, go to baby showers, and are helping with the baby? The only one her age. Her sisters might be significantly older or younger. If her sisters were older, they might have been away at college when she was growing up, married, working, etc., but now that they're all adults, they were able to bond and have those sorts of relationships." OP says, "Yep, this is basically it. I mentioned it in a comment to my previous post, but I'll update. It's kinda complicated. W and her sisters have different mums, and they have a pretty significant age gap between the siblings. Furthermore, W's mum has suffered from major medical issues for a while, so W's grandparent was her primary guardian growing up." You know what, I think it was a decent enough ending to this story, and that W is going to get the support she needs. Obviously, I was wrong about my assumption, as I am many times, and I made an ass out of you and me for that. Regardless, I do hope that everyone slowly comes together and helps her out in a non-judgmental way, in a way that she can feel safe, seen, and appreciated, and not feel like she is threatened or judged, like I assume she thought was going to happen before, especially with them, punching before talking. That would not have been fun. And I imagine if she had come up into the house while that baby shower was going down with M and all of the fighting happening then, it would have just been even worse. Police would have been called at a minimum. For my sake, I wanted that to happen though. I wanted to see the blow up and what happened as a result of it. But I understand we can't always have what we want. I wish her all the best of luck dealing with that family, dealing with M, who is non-stop harassing her and trying to get full custody of the child. I don't think that's going to go as well as she expects, and that sounds like a lot more drama than it's worth. If it were me, if I were in W's shoes, I would choose not to have a child with anyone in that family personally. But that is a choice that W has made. She is prepared for it, and she will deal with it, and I give her my full trust in that situation. Thank you for the story, OP. Our next post is by user Compromised, and it's titled, My boyfriend, 28 male, told me, 24 female, that he's pro-life and refuses to wear protection. In the 3 years we've been dating, the political views of women's reproductive rights never came up, and I wish I had this conversation years ago, and I do blame myself for this. We've always had unprotected sex. Part of us was okay with getting pregnant, and we said if it happens, we'd be okay with it, and we're in a financial, mental, and emotional spot where we were able to raise a child. I have always been pro-choice, and last weekend, during a conversation, he told me he is pro-life. I never knew this was a deal-breaker, and now I'm so unsure of what to do. Although I think I'm positive this isn't something I can come back from, I'm truly seeking honest advice. I tried explaining my side and seeing if we could come to some agreement, but he was very set on his views, as am I. I told him, out of respect for my body and my boundaries, that we need to start using a condom until we are absolutely sure we want to bring a life into this world. He laughed at me. We were driving on a road trip, so there was no time to test that, but the next night we got into an argument, and it got really bad. He had mentioned, mind you, very drunk, but still said it, that women are too emotional to have political conversations like this, and that the decision of her reproductive rights is a conversation for men. I can just hear a million head slaps and a lot of people laughing at that one because, damn, here's the whole circus for saying that. At that point, I was obviously completely appalled and hurt. He apologized in the morning, but nothing has sat right with me since. The last night we were together, he was trying to have sex with me. I told him respectfully he needs to go buy condoms. He laughed, and eventually, after going back and forth, got visibly angry and said he'd rather not have sex with me at all than use a condom. You can believe we did not hook up, and I nearly haven't spoken with him since. I don't think I can be with someone like that. I tried discussing this with my family, but they told me that it's not worth breaking up over. I just needed to vent about this and possibly hear from the community. Bro, with family like that, who needs, a family that you don't like, huh? In the comments, OK Cheetah says, quote, that women are too emotional to have political conversations like this, and that the decision of her reproductive rights is a conversation for men? No, no, no. This line alone is worth breaking up over. How can you be with someone who doesn't respect your rights? Yup, someone who thinks women are too emotional to make decisions, who thinks men aren't emotional. Anger is an emotion, my dude. Contempt is an emotion. Women are so emotional. But I can list like 5 men I know personally off the top of my head who have driven their fists through drywall in fits of rage, but not one woman who's done the same. Your mileage may vary, but just saying. And you're still dating him? Girl, OP replies, I know. The immediate no's from this community just showed me everything. There's obviously more to a relationship, but a part of me is always afraid to leave because of actions and behaviors he's shown when I tried before. This thread is just showing me how brainwashed I became. Were those actions threatening? If so, make sure you have help in getting away from him, but do get away. You deserve better than to date misogynist trash. OP replies, never threats to physically hurt me, but threats to off himself and would call me saying he had a gun, etc. My dad is a police officer and tried explaining how very obvious these manipulation tactics are, and at the time I saw it, but over time it just fell into the past. I'm starting to realize the lack of respect I have for myself. Holy hell. And now, onto the update. Holy shit, I did not expect this feedback. This has brought to light how brainwashed I've become with him. To the people asking about my safety, we are long distance, and I do feel safe enough to end things. My head is spinning and I'm dizzy, but thank you all so much. I can't express this enough. I'd also like to add, I'm 100% going to be seeking out a therapist to help me understand healthy relationships, boundaries, speaking up, communication, everything. Thank you all for helping me see this. Hi, final update. I told him about this thread and was honestly just trying to open his eyes, and he's now denying everything. He's still saying he's pro-life, and he's saying he never claimed that I shouldn't have a choice among other things. I took everyone's advice and muted, but didn't block in case I ever needed to save the messages. Shaking and freaking out, but you're all incredible and lifesavers. I will be having this conversation very early with anyone I'm interested in, and I will stand up for myself. Well, I for one am very glad that the mask slipped now and not later, not after she did accidentally or intentionally get pregnant with this guy, because Jesus Christ, what a heel turn, huh? He just went from completely normal, chill guy to absolute raging psychopath over one thing. See, if he was a more normal person, you'd be able to talk out this situation and have a normal discourse about it and be like, you know what? This is a deal breaker for the both of us. I respect that. And maybe it's time for us to go our separate ways and find someone that we're more compatible with. And he's like, actually, women are too emotional to discuss anything about relationships as well. You will not be leaving this one. I will be having sex with you without a condom. I will be threatening you if you try to leave this relationship because, you're too emotional to handle yourself. Therefore, you are my property, and me as a man, I will get to discuss your reproductive rights and your ability to stay in this relationship or not. I'll also gaslight you and say, actually, I never claimed that you shouldn't have a choice among other things. No, that's not at all what I said out of anger when I was not being emotional at all in that argument that we had. My final statements to you are, stop believing the things that you see with your eyes and hear with your ears because they are deceiving you. You were lying to yourself and living in a different reality than the one you have experienced. I don't know, I'm rambling at this point, but Jesus Christ, I don't even know if having these conversations early on in a relationship will work because people like him are just gonna lie. Why wouldn't he lie about it? If he wants to be with someone like OP, he's gonna lie until he gets what he wants and then do this heel turn pivot bullshit. I think if anything, he's just gonna learn from this situation how to be more deceiving, how to be more manipulative and controlling, and not make the same mistakes he's made here. It's unfortunate that happens. It's great that OP got out, but I feel sad for his next victim. And I don't really know if there's any way to change that cycle. Thank you for the story, OP. I, for one, am glad that you're out of there. Am I the asshole for telling my boyfriend I wouldn't pretend to be Japanese to impress his old high school friends? I, 23 female, am a Chinese woman living in America. My boyfriend, 23 male, is American and white. I am somewhat aware of a weird thing for Asian women some white American guys have, but most of my boyfriend's exes are African American, so I thought I was in the clear. He's going to attend an event that includes many friends from high school. He told me he wants his friends to think I'm Japanese. He said I don't have to outright say it, I can just do something subtle to give them that impression. That is ludicrous. One person who will be there is an ex-girlfriend, 24 female of his. She is African American. He promises that his ex has nothing to do with him wanting people to think I'm Japanese. He said it's for his male friends. Even though it's people he rarely sees, so this maybe is a one-time thing, I told him I wouldn't pretend to be Japanese. Unless it's required, I avoid telling people I'm Chinese. I feel people put too much stock into where people are born, and I want people to get to know me for me. My boyfriend still wants to go with me, but now he seems like he's dreading it. Am I the asshole? In the comments, Rare Psychology says, he's dreading it because he already told them that you're Japanese because he's a weeaboo fetishizer. Not the asshole, and it's really weird that he wants you to lie to show off his Japanese girlfriend like a trophy. Yeah, it is gross. I'm part Japanese, and the men who turned that into a fetish? Yuck. Did not stay with them. Not the asshole. Boyfriend and his friends have a weird-ass fetish. OP replies, maybe I'm naive. I definitely don't think I understand how kinks and fetishes work. I was hoping that since most of his exes are African American, that would mean that he doesn't have a weird obsession for Asian women. Also, how many people who were friends because they were in the same grade end up with the same fetish? Is it a social contagion? I'm not defending him, I just don't know how this works. Psychological Gain replies, he knows that his friends do, and he wants to seem cooler because he'll have something, because he is objectifying you, that they will see as desirable. He cares more about the opinions of others than how you feel. Do with that as you will, OP. Why the hell are you dating this creep? Not the asshole. OP replies, a part of me was hoping that people would say that I'm overreacting. Zaycal replies, this is creepy as hell. What the hell is wrong with being Chinese? I would be extremely offended by this racist shit if I were in your shoes. Can you even imagine asking him to pretend to be German or Irish or something he isn't, just to make your friends somehow think you're cool? It makes me think he already lied to them that she's Japanese, because why else would he be dreading it? Yeah, honestly, much like that story where the girlfriend was Chinese and the guy writing the story was Indian, and she's like, we're not dating, haha, I know I'm introducing you to my friends, but you're just a friend and we're not dating. There tends to be some people that are really weird out there with hang-ups over the race of the person that they are dating. And this is yet another example where I think OP's boyfriend has gone way overboard with whatever hang-up he has over Japanese people, and the fetishization of that entire race is not cool. It's not good. It's a bit of a deal breaker, I would hope, for OP. I don't think OP is the asshole for telling the boyfriend she won't pretend to be Japanese. I question why you would stay with someone like that, though, that wants you to do something so odd. This is not a normal, weird request where you're like, haha, okay, yeah, I'll play along. This is like, Jesus, what is wrong with you? And now, on to the update. A tiny update, as the conversation I had with my boyfriend was less than 2 hours long. He promises that he doesn't care that I'm Chinese instead of Japanese. He admitted that he's physically attracted to women who aren't white. He promises that his old high school friends don't have anti-Chinese sentiments. He admitted that it was a stupid competition thing between him and his friends. He said his friends will be impressed that I'm Chinese, but one of his other friends has a South Korean girlfriend. In their weird ranking, even though Chinese is ranked high, South Korean is ranked higher. For them, the only thing that ranks higher than South Korean is Japanese. I broke up with him. I told him and his friends that they need to have more respect for women. In the comments, Web Informal says, good for you. That sounds like an insanely stupid thing for him to worry about. Exactly. If your dating life is based on a competition with your high school buddies, you're not ready for a relationship. You're ready for therapy. I've heard multiple Asian comedians joke about a hierarchy of Asian countries and have audiences agree with them. But a white dude saying that to an Asian person is bonkers. You're better off without that dumbass. Ali Wong had a joke about being half jungle Asian and half sophisticated Asian because she's half Viet, half Chinese. As a Vietnamese person, I thought it was hilarious. But if a guy that I was dating, it doesn't matter if he was white, Asian, or whatever, OP's boyfriend being white has little bearing on this, told me that he and his friends had an Asian nationality ranking system and China was better than Vietnam? No. There's a difference between racially charged jokes and straight-up racism. Absolutely agree with that. And for him to come out and say it like it's nothing, you know, like, oh, yeah, we just have a silly little racial ranking system. It's really nothing. It's a very normal system to have. Oh my god. He's living in a different reality. He doesn't realize that, or maybe he does realize that that's incredibly messed up, especially to say to your Asian girlfriend. Yeah, so I'm only with you because I'm fetishizing you. Oh, great, buddy. That's so lovely. Thank you for telling me that. Good to know that our relationship is a competition for you. Yeah, he deserved to be broken up with, and hopefully he takes this as a lesson not to do stupid shit like that in the future. OP definitely dodged a bullet here. Thank you for the story. Our next post is by user Affectionate Son 2163, and it's titled, Am I overreacting? Husband says that he doesn't like my food. 3 days ago, my 25 female, husband 24 male, said something rude to me, and I've been trying to avoid him and stay calm. When I came home from work after working a 12-hour shift, I cooked rice and beans and then went to bed to work another 12-hour shift the next day. He texted me during work and sent me this. When I got home, things escalated and he packed everything and left. Am I overreacting? Why go this extreme and leave over some food? He texts me, "So is this food you made yesterday some sort of get back? Did you taste this crap?" And I say, "What?" And he says, "It's one thing to not want to have sex. I can manage that." And I reply, "You didn't like the rice?" And he says, "But you will be cooking proper food here if you want to stay married. Did you taste it?" And I say, yes, and I liked it." And he says, "That shit is tasteless." I say, "Wow, okay." And he says, "When you get home, I'm going to take the car to go to get something to eat. When I get back tonight, there better be some type of food in the fridge for me to eat tomorrow." And I say, no, you can Uber. I've done a lot for you, and I feel like you take me for granted. I'm done doing things for you. I'm done." In the comments, Green-Eyed Sloth says, "As someone who was previously married to an abuser, you need to run. This will only escalate to more idiotic fights, with divorce being thrown out as an option after every fight. What happens if you have kids? This behavior will escalate, and his expectations of you will also escalate to something that you can't meet. I work, but also do a majority of the cooking in my home. Yes, there have been meals that have been a fail, but my husband has never threatened divorce because what I cooked was a fail. He politely tells me that it didn't taste good, and let's not make it again. My kids are the same. Politely say they didn't like it, and ask for it not to be made again. Leaving you over beans and rice is so juvenile and makes me wonder what else he will leave you over. Exactly. Mine started out sneaking in insults, yelling, more blatant name-calling and disrespect. It's insidious. They dismantle your self-worth, make you feel incompetent, but they're willing to put up with your obvious flaws. Mine escalated into breaking my things, throwing me out every other week, and physically abusing me. A puppy saved my life. I did not love myself enough to leave. I loved that puppy, and it's my duty to care for her. That means love, shelter, food, and her safety. He wanted a massage one night, and the pup was vomiting. I curled up on the floor with her to comfort her, ensure that she wasn't dehydrated. He didn't like that. He told me to get away from her. He started storming over, and I knew that it wasn't going well. I covered her little body with mine, and he told me last chance to move. I said no. He started hitting me in the head. I tucked my chin tight to my chest, hoping to stay conscious. I saw stars on the last hit. He stopped and told me to move or he's stomping my head in and deleting me. With gritted teeth and tears, I told him to effing do it. I'm not effing moving. Not expecting it, he mumbled, "I'm not worth shit," and walked off. I played it cool, pretended to get ready for work the following day, packed whatever I could fit in my car, grabbed my best friend, and we left. To stay would have been a betrayal to her. She saved my life. Please, OP, see the red flags waving and don't walk away. Sprint. You deserve love and respect. There are plenty of good people out there. Stay safe, folks. Absolutely. And I think it's important to share stories like that where people have had the exact same situation that OP is going through. When there were countless stories like that in the comments, but that was one of the ones that hit me the deepest, and I think it bears repeating. But yeah, if people are in abusive relationships like this, I think they do need to be shown stories like OP's, stories like that, where there is a very noticeable pattern of behavior, and it's not like they are the ones in the wrong here. Their partners are the ones manipulating them and doing evil. And if you do stay with them, that's what it escalates into, you know? There is no ceiling to the amount of evil that someone that wants to do that evil will do to you. There is no upper limit. The upper limit is your death. I do hope that in this update, OP gets the courage to leave, get the hell out of there, and do everything in her power to protect herself from him. No, she's not overreacting at all. And now, onto the update. Thanks everyone for the support. I read a lot of the comments and tried to respond to a lot of the DMs. He came back and begged for therapy, and I tried to make it work for a month, but I had already mentally checked out, so I've filed for divorce and moved out of our apartment. I'm happy and at peace now." In the comments, To Infinity and Beyond says, "So, what was his endgame?" Being an ass. I would imagine, based on other Reddit posts about similar dudes, that he felt he was in a position of power because he paid most of the bills. He probably expected her to accept his criticisms and act to try to appease him, maybe with sex, maybe by dropping her requests for him to show affection, thereby stroking his ego. Yeah, it could have been any number of things, but a lot of the time, these abusers think that they can get away with their actions, with their love bombing, with their threats, in order to keep you in that relationship and keep you trapped and isolate you from any and all resources that you could use to get away from them. Who knows where it would have ended for OP, but that therapy session with him, or his therapy in general, would not have made any difference. I'm very much convinced of that. We've seen too many examples of it not working to believe that he will be the magical exception. Thank you for the story, OP. I hope all continues to get better for you. Our next post is by user World's Gone Mad, and it's titled, "I, 31 male, found out my wife, 30 female, has been getting a co-worker, 29 female, to spy on me at work. We have been married for 5 years and together for 8. Not really great at writing, so apologies in advance. I'll try to include as much info as I think is relevant, but please feel free to ask me for more in the comments if I wasn't clear about something. My wife has been jealous of a co-worker at my job for some time now. Her name is Heather, and she's in her early 20s, tall and pretty. Just observations, as I have a pair of eyes. Heather is nice, but I don't go out of my way to talk to her. We worked together on a project about 8 months ago, which is when this seems to have started. Heather, 3 other co-workers and I were assigned to this project, and so for a good month, we spent much time together at work. My wife saw her one day when we were all coming out, and she was picking me up to go to dinner at my parents'. She immediately asked who she was and if she worked at my job. I told her she was new and was put on our project. For the entire duration of the project, my wife was in a bad mood almost every day and would take every opportunity to tear Heather down, saying that she was lanky or her nose was crooked or whatever. She's insecure about her height because she's 5'4" and not a 6-foot-tall glamazon. I love my wife's height and her petite figure, and I tell her this every day. She's extremely gorgeous and turns heads whenever we walk downtown, but once she saw Heather was tall and not ugly, she was convinced I thought she was hot. I kept telling her she was just a colleague and that I had no interest in her. Regardless, she would greet her coldly or not at all if she saw my colleagues. Our home and jobs are located downtown, so we usually walk to meet up with each other after work. My wife would start dressing up a lot more than usual when she'd come meet me and make a big show of jumping on me and stuff. She works at a very nice bakery and usually brings leftovers from work for us or people at my job. She always gave things out to everyone except Heather. Eventually, Heather picked up on the hostility and approached me to ask about why my wife was acting that way. I simply told her that I didn't know, maybe because she didn't know her as long as the other colleagues, and that's why she was distant. She seemed to accept that, but would no longer leave at the same time as everyone else, and would either go early or hang back. Brian, another co-worker, approached me on Friday and asked to talk to me privately. He told me he'd been at lunch with Kate, the co-worker in question, and she'd gone to pay for the food. She left her phone at the table, and it lit up with a text, and he saw that it was from Valerie, my wife's name. The text basically said, "Did you see him talking to her today? What did he say? And then, do you think Heather's gonna stay at that job long?" When Kate came back to the table, he asked if that was Valerie, as in my wife. She got a deer in the headlights look and said, "Oh, yeah, we text sometimes, we're friends." He said he thought that it was weird because she put her phone in her purse without even checking the messages that he'd asked about and wanted to go. I went home and I snooped on my wife's phone. I know it was wrong, but I had a feeling that if I asked her, she would deny it or become defensive and not show me the phone. There were weeks worth of texts that basically were little reports on what went on at work. If Heather talked to me, what we talked about, did she hug me goodbye, did she touch me at all, did I laugh at her jokes, did the guys think she was hot, did I join in with them, did I look like I was flirting? Kate was also apparently talking up Valerie at work to Heather. She made sure to mention often that we were married, how great Valerie was, how long we had been together. I even read one that said, I told her Val works in a bakery. I bet if anyone tried to steal her husband, she'd just chop them up and bake them into a pie. Which was pretty fucking creepy. A lot of things started coming together then. Heather was much more distant lately. She seemed hesitant to say bye at the end of the day. We used to talk casually like everyone else at work, but now she would just say hi and bye mostly. I've been sitting on this information all weekend. Today at work, I could hardly look at Heather for shame of it, and I couldn't look at Kate for my disgust. I haven't been able to approach my wife about this because I don't know how or what to say. I feel frustrated and very much weirded out. I feel gross too, like I've had my every move watched without knowing it, and as if just talking to a coworker is doing something wrong. I haven't talked to anyone else about this, not even Brian, who first mentioned it. I don't know what to do from here. I don't even know what this means for our relationship. It feels like something big has changed because I haven't been able to look at her the same way, and all my interactions with her since Friday have been kind of forced and faked. I need to talk to her and figure out what to do. Any advice would be appreciated. I feel very lost right now. In the comments, Spock's eyebrow says, "This is couples counseling time. Hardcore. She, your wife, has totally broken your trust and is treating you like a criminal. She's being mean, disrespectful, sneaky, and just an all-around jerk. Kate should also be seriously ashamed of herself. I don't know, man. Were it me, I'd talk to my wife, insist on counseling, but if she refuses to go or causes a huge stink, I'd rethink the marriage. I might even report Kate to HR for unprofessional conduct and creating a hostile work environment." OP replies, "Going to bring up counseling today when I get home from work and talk to her about this." Your wife's insecurity could cost you your job. You want to be glad Heather doesn't know about the spying yet. Poor Heather is already having to sneak around her own workplace just to humor your wife. Couples counseling for you and your wife, no excuses. If she says no, then your marriage has no future outside of a divorce court. Normally, I would say that you need to apologize to Heather for what has happened. But here, I think it will merely confirm that it really is happening, and could again threaten your job. But how will you be able to continue to work with Kate or Heather? Wow, that will be hard. To be honest, you need to consider looking for a new job, and perhaps wife. OP replies, "I was worried about this too, but I didn't know exactly how it would play out so that I'd lose my job. Can you give me an example so when I talk to my wife I bring this up? I thought about it, but I don't know how the boss could fault me personally for something my wife, an external source, and another coworker did. But please let me know. It'd be great to make her see this could literally cost us." Urital says, "Has your wife been irrationally jealous before? Did something happen in your relationship to make her lose all trust for you? I guess those things don't really matter. You guys need couples counseling regardless, but I'm curious as to where this behavior is coming from. I'm sorry this is making work so uncomfortable for you, and especially for Heather, who never asked for any of this. Please talk to your wife so you can save your job, marriage, and all the unfortunate bystanders who are now involved." And OP replies, "Yes, she has. My wife is very insecure about her looks, and I find it very sad. I'm not saying this because I'm her husband, but she is very beautiful. Long dark hair, light brown eyes, perfect face. She really does get a lot of looks and double takes, but she experienced a lot of bullying as a kid. She had bushy brows growing up and was the only Italian girl in her middle school. She grew up thinking she was ugly for not being tall or blonde-haired and blue-eyed, and she thinks that secretly that's what I want, I guess. Although I've never said anything to indicate that. Hot take, but she sounds like a psycho to me. Does anyone else get like psycho wife vibes from that? Understandable to have a little bit of jealousy and bring it up at home and create a little bit of animosity being like, oh yeah, why don't you go ask Heather, huh? Bet you'd love Heather to do this, that, and the other. Like, that's your average, everyday, run-of-the-mill jealousy, and eventually that goes away. But I think this is almost beyond redemption to get another coworker in on it and continually spy on him and cause a hostile work environment for such a long time that can and probably might threaten OP's job, career, reputation in that field, and future job prospects. Not sorry. That's psycho behavior. Psycho wife behavior. She needs to check herself. And honestly, if OP can't find it in his heart to forgive her, and her to find it within herself to beg for forgiveness, recognize what she has done wrong, and actively work with him to undo the damage or try to make amends for the damage at least, I feel like this marriage is doomed. I feel like the trust has been completely shattered. This seems like one of those relationship stories where everyone says, man, divorce seems like a pretty good option. Divorce seems likely, because does it not seem likely? Would you not consider divorcing someone that threatened your personal reputation and professional reputation to this extent? I don't know. If I was OP, I feel like my world would be shattered and my trust in my wife non-existent after this. Can you build it back? Remains to be seen. Who knows? And now, onto the updates. I took the general advice and confronted Valerie and used therapy as a non-negotiable term. So Tuesday, when I posted, I saw Kate at work and bluntly said, "You don't need to report on me today or any day after this. I'll be talking to my wife after I'm done today." She got this blank look on my face and said she didn't know what I meant, but I noticed her hanging around significantly less than usual after that. I did my best to focus on my work, but I asked to go home early because it was just impossible with everything looming ahead for me to concentrate. I went home and texted my wife that I was home early and I needed to talk to her when she was done work, so please come home right away. I got a bunch of "what's going on? What's wrong?" texts, but just kept telling her that I'd talk to her at home. She got home and I got into it right away. I told her I knew about the texts with Kate, about the spying, the harassment of Heather. She was mad at first and kept adamantly saying she did nothing wrong, and if I had nothing to hide, then why did it matter? I told her to please not play me for a fool and outlined all the things her behavior meant, like lack of trust and sheer vindictiveness. I brought up the consequences like my damaged trust and drama in the workplace. I also brought up how my job could be at risk because of this. She made a point to say they couldn't fire me without also removing Heather, as she said she was being inappropriate towards a married man in the workplace, and Kate would back her up. That brought us to a heated argument, and it ended up with her crying and me yelling. She started asking, "Who the fuck is Heather to you that you give so much of a shit anyway?" And derailed into this whole thing about me caring too much about someone that I claimed meant nothing to me. Wee woo, psycho wife. I don't want to get into too much detail because this would be extremely long, but the conversation was a good 5 to 6 hours long. It ended with her agreeing to go to couples therapy and individual if the couple therapist so deemed it. She apologized to me a lot and admitted that she'd been acting out of jealousy and anger towards Heather. She asked if I wanted her to apologize to Heather in person, but I said no. I didn't want there to be more drama. I watched as she texted Kate and told her to stop and that she was sorry for dragging her into it. She gave me the password to her phone for transparency, but I told her that it was pointless, as if she really wanted to continue, she could just delete the texts before I saw them or change the name or whatever. I told her that I expected her to keep her word to stop, because if I got any indication that this was still going on after our talk, that I would separate from her and file for divorce. Yesterday morning, things still seemed tense, but it was to be expected. She still kissed me before going to work, and we had a normal text conversation on our commute. I get to work, and Kate apologizes to me, and I accept it, but I tell her that our work relationship from here on out is forever changed, and there is no going back from it. I tell her that beyond work conversation, we have nothing else to talk about. She accepted it and went on to start the day. Lunch rolls in, and I ask Brian if he'll let me buy him lunch and thank him for telling me. We go to have lunch, and he asks me if I've heard Heather put in her request for a transfer. Apparently on Tuesday, when I left early, Heather asked why I wasn't at my desk because she had brought over the week's project booklet and had seen me there earlier. Kate, of all people, told her that I had to go home to deal with personal issues. When Heather asked if everything was alright, Kate told her that she hoped so because I don't want to see someone come between Valerie and OP's marriage. There must have been a bit more to the exchange, because Heather went all the way up to our boss's boss and asked for a transfer to a different department. I felt extremely embarrassed because without a doubt, I feel like that guy now in the office. I know Brian isn't a gossip, but of course people will ask why Heather transferred, and without a doubt, it will eventually get out. People who used to talk to me casually probably will stop. The women of the office will feel as if they need to keep their distance, and I feel so ashamed, and I can't even approach Heather to apologize for the stress this must have caused her. I doubt she would even want to see my face at this point. So yes, wife has agreed to counseling, both couples and individually, apologize to me, all of those things. But the damage is now done, and I feel like complete shit about work now. I guess I shouldn't have been so naive to think that just fixing this with my wife would make everything else go away. Anyway, thank you all for the advice. I was feeling very at sea before writing that post. I still feel a bit lost as far as how to deal with the fallout of all of this, but at least I have one part of it sorted out or on its way to being sorted out, so that's a positive. In the comments, Ukoshi says, "What frustrates me the most about this is that Heather ended up transferring. Because even though OP's wife did all of these horrible things, at the end of it all, she suffers no real consequences and got what she wanted. Heather no longer being OP's co-worker. I'm not saying Heather shouldn't have transferred, because obviously she has to take care of herself. I'm just saying that it sucks, and that I wish there was justice. I feel like Heather may even suspect OP had feelings for her, though he obviously didn't, because why else would his wife do all that? So it's no wonder Heather transferred away to get away from him and his wife. I wish OP and Heather had talked about it after she requested a transfer, just so that she can be assured he didn't do anything, didn't know about the wife and Kate, and he wishes her well in her new department. I guess life never really lets us tie things up in a neat bow though. See Ya Kid says, "She made a point to say they couldn't fire me without also removing Heather, as she says that she was being inappropriate towards a married man in the workplace, and Kate would back her up." Am I reading that right? Am I reading that as her respect for you is so little that her primary goal is taking down Heather, and if that means taking you down in the process, then so be it? This is bad. This is bad. You were staring at a lot of therapy in the face here. Like, years. If things get better from it, then great, but this is deeply rooted stuff with many layers and is not going to be an easy fix. I said it and I'll say it again. Psycho wife. Absolute psycho wife. And for me personally, after dealing with all of this, I don't know why you'd stay with her personally. Fair enough if you can, fair enough if you want to. I just don't get the logic, I don't get the reasoning. She was more than happy to get you fired to spite another woman that she saw as competition, who was never competition. That is genuinely psycho behavior, and who knows when she's gonna do it again in the future. She's already done it this time. Who's next to get in your wife's line of sight that she has to tear you down to then tear them down in the process as well? I don't know. I don't know how you can trust her again, OP. I'm glad that you gave her the opportunity to and that you want to stay in that marriage, but I think she's unredeemable. I don't even think she did anything in this update to prove that she was worth taking back. It felt like empty promises to me. She just seems like a bad person, if I'm completely honest. But hey, good luck with that. If you can do it, you can do it. Let a million blossoms bloom as far as I'm concerned. Thank you for the story, and thank you for the updates. Am I the asshole here? Won't allow my sister to adopt newborn. I, 22 male, have been harassed by my parents and sister, 37 female, for the past 4 days now. My ex, 22 female, had a baby about a week ago. Failed birth control on both of us. She kept telling me that she wanted this baby despite knowing that I would only financially provide. We discussed abortion and adoption, and I didn't force her to either option. Now that the baby is here and in NICU, my ex is nowhere to be found. Ignored all of my calls and texts, nothing has been posted on her socials, her parents can't even get in touch. One of the nurses handed me the car seat from my ex's car. My sister says she is willing to step up and adopt this baby. I'm not comfortable with that because her husband, 47 male, creeps me out. I don't have good feelings about him. I don't have proof, but I feel like he's on some sort of list. So I found a nice couple who wants to adopt this baby. They've been visiting us at the NICU, getting to know me and spend time with the baby. I like this couple. My family doesn't since they want a close adoption, plus the couple is 2 women and my parents are ignorant. The adoption will go through in a couple of weeks in case my ex shows up. For now, they could be the legal guardian until everything legal gets settled. Also, I took a paternity test and am the biological father. Am I the asshole here for not allowing my family to adopt this baby? Edit. I brought up some of the questions some of you had with the hospital liaison. I wasn't informed that my ex had asked about safe haven laws. I believe they were giving her or me a grace period to keep biological parents with the biological child. The couple was found with the help of hospital staff. They were looking to adopt another newborn, but that fell through. I was very vocal with anyone who would listen that I was not going to be a good dad and I needed help with the options that I have. The reason I believe her husband is on some sort of list is when I was 15, I met my sister's husband and he would give me looks that made me uncomfortable. He also tried to get me alone with him, so I would try to stay around my mum all the time when he was around. I refused to go to their house for any holidays. This does make my parents upset with me and has for years. I told my mum how I felt when I was younger and she brushed it off. In the comments, I'm an NPC so what says, not the arsehole. They have no sway here. It's your baby and the mother isn't present. You are the de facto guardian. I hope the adoption goes through and the baby has a good life and is loved by their parents and safe. If you have a bad feeling about your sister's hubby, that's completely valid. I'm worried that your ex is dealing with postpartum depression or worse. She probably needs help wherever she is. OP replies, the postpartum depression is worrying me. I still care about my ex. I also wanted this adoption to go through. Thank you for helping me feel better about the nonsense my family is putting me through. Always trust your gut. Do not let your sister have this baby if her husband gives you the creeps. Those feelings arise for a reason and you cannot put your child in danger. This. If you don't want to tell your sister your true feelings, tell them that because this baby wasn't planned, you feel more comfortable not having it in your life, and if you're opting to be in its life from afar, being an uncle to your own child isn't going to be easy and can complicate your own feelings down the line, and you can say that you don't want to do that to your child. As for the adopted family, if you have a good feeling about them, trust it. They are going as far as to show up in the NICU because they want this baby, not just because you had it, but because adoption is difficult and hard, and they truly want this child. They will not abandon it, they will not have to worry about your sister's creepy husband, and they will love it as if it were their own. Professional Rub says, from someone who adopted out their first child to a chosen couple and not the offered family, not the asshole ever. Gross feelings about this guy aside, it's way easier to adapt to an open adoption with the couple you don't know. You need space for your feelings in all of this. You need to have a space where that child isn't in your support group. Your sister adopting the child holds so much potential for mess. Spare the child. My mum adopted her first child out to her mum and dad, and it went horribly. My grandparents ended up getting a divorce, my grandpa was an alcoholic, they never told my half-sister who her biological mother was until she was 15, and had a breakdown due to it. My mum wishes she had adopted her out to a different family that she wasn't connected to. It was a mess. Honestly, just to parrot the comments again, 100% not the asshole if you feel like you're getting bad vibes from that guy. If he's a creep and you didn't trust him around yourself at 15 years old, then absolutely don't let your child grow up in that environment. If you're getting a gut feeling, an instinctual feeling that they cannot be trusted, that she cannot be trusted by association, don't do it. You're not beholden to your family. You do not have an obligation to give them your firstborn child. You did not sign a deal with the devil in which your firstborn child would be handed over in exchange for a sick car. As much as that seems to be the case in some people's fantasies, that is fortunately not the reality of this situation, so you were spared from that fate. This might be a situation in which you have to go low or no contact with your family for a while over. I don't imagine that once this child gets adopted out to this family that you are lining them up with, that's going to go down well with your family. I think some distance and some time is definitely needed. And now, onto the update. The police have found my missing ex. She was checked out by medical. I introduced her to the couple that want to adopt the newborn, and my ex agrees that they would be the perfect parents. The newborn will be going home with the couple after being cleared to leave. The couple is also going to pick the name. The adoption process is going to take a while. For now, they will have temporary guardianship over the newborn. We've already started the process. My ex and I got plenty of photos with the newborn and some with the couple. I'm still no contact with my parents and told my sister that I believe her husband is a pedophile that was never convicted. She refuses to talk to me. I'm working on repairing my relationship with my ex because I still love her. I'm also working on repairing my relationship with her parents. She told me that it's okay to share the reason she took off. My ex said, "I called you when I started having bad contractions, but you never answered. I took that as you fully committing to not being around for this baby, and I got scared. Nobody was there. You weren't there for me." I would have been there had I answered that phone call. I didn't answer because I was at work and didn't know that she was going to give birth early. I feel terrible for putting her through that. Edit. You know what? I'm gonna be the asshole here and let my ex handle the situation now that she's back. Obviously her choice is better since she's the mother. She can decide to continue with the guardianship process for later adoption or to raise that baby with my financial support only. I'm wiping my hands about this situation and walking out. Going to focus on myself. Good luck to her. Damn. Sounds like a lot happened between that post and that edit. I wonder what that fight looked like. Obviously, OP is not going to tell us what happened, but Jesus Christ, what a tone switch. I think a lot of these comments that I'm about to read are after the original post and before the edit, so take them with a grain of salt. In the comments, California Jade says, "Please start getting therapy. Individual first and then couples therapy. You would both benefit so much from learning how to communicate with each other. I know pregnancy hormones can really mess with one's mind. I really wish all the best for the both of you." OP replies, "Therapy is a great idea. I'll talk to my ex about it. I know she would benefit from seeing a professional after that kind of trauma. I need someone from this stressful event." Professor X 2022 says, "Both of you require therapy, not just her." OP says, "I'm seeing what my insurance can cover. I know I need to see a professional when, and I hate admitting this, I started crying in my car in the hospital parking lot. I really don't know why I was crying. I don't understand what upset me so much. I was having an okay day considering everything going on around me." Professor X replies, "I, as a therapist, make a payment plan with my clients. If they can't pay now, they can pay afterwards at a certain date. Don't you have that system there?" OP replies, "That's a good idea. I'll call around tomorrow and ask if they can offer anything like that. Thank you." Redhead says, "I'm so glad you found her. Out of curiosity, did the couple seem open to the idea of open adoption? Sorry to harp on that. I just see firsthand the benefits of open adoption on our family. Also, don't beat yourself up for not answering your phone when you were at work." OP replies, "After meeting with my ex, they were more comfortable with the idea of an open adoption. My ex suggested that the couple gets to name the baby, so I think that helped. But can't the adoptive parents turn around and close the process if wanted? It's all up to their whims?" OP replies, They absolutely can for any reason. Legally, they can too. It can be emotionally painful though. We are risking it here. Still, at 18, which is a legal adult, they cannot prevent their child from locating us. This is also why it's important for my ex and I to respect their decisions. Really? Are you sure? If the contract specifies an open adoption and states the terms for it, I wouldn't think that they can just disregard the contract on a whim. Would probably take a judge's intervention. OP says, I believe from what I looked up is that a judge would have to decide if the open adoption should be closed if there was a legal binding contract. Would need a good reason for closing, like being harassed by bio parents. And yeah, I couldn't find too much information as to what happened between the post and the edit, but it doesn't sound like many good things happened at all. If he's saying, you know what, I don't want anything to do with this anymore. Good luck to her. I'm done with her. I'm done with the baby. I'm done with the adoption. She can choose what she wants to do. I really think therapy is in order, and mediation of some sorts is in order for them as well to figure out a solution to their problem. Honestly, I really do hope OP comes back and tells us what happened and if he has a solution to it, because that is a crazy switch up. Thank you for the story, OP, and good luck. Our next post is by user AgitatedRub4065, and it's titled, Am I the asshole here for telling my mum that if she gets back with my dad, she is no longer going to be able to contact my kids? My dad is a textbook narcissist. I've spent the last 15 years looking into the psychology of myself and my family. My quote-unquote dad tortured me as a kid. My parents divorced when I was 2. I refused to be alone with him not long after that. I was terrified of him. He played mental games all my life. I had horrible anxiety and I couldn't leave my mum's side other than for school. I knew she was at home working, so it eased my anxiety. He would call me when they were out and tell me that my mum had died. He did this multiple times, to the point that I would be bawling on the phone. He would then pretend he was a cop or a doctor telling me she died when I no longer believed him or would argue back. I had emetophobia, and he'd use that to hurt me too. He would throw money at me whenever I got upset at something he did or said. He told me that I was going to be a whore and be pregnant by 18, despite my being a virgin and wanting to continue being one. He gave my first boyfriend permission to have sex with me, despite my saying no. Thankfully, the boyfriend stopped when I didn't budge on my decision and didn't force it on me. These are just some of the things that he did to me. There's worse. He used my mum as a way to hurt me for years, throwing her away whenever he got a new toy and then dragging her back in with manipulation when his new toy had had enough of his shit. I cut him out of my life entirely a few years ago, which caused no communication with my mum for 3 to 4 months, during which time I found my now ex-husband cheating for 3 years. Lost my father-in-law, moved to a new state where I knew no one. Eventually, she stood up to him and came to visit me and the kids and apologized for being his go-between and trying to force me and the kids to have a relationship with him. She's lived with me for almost 2 years now after their latest divorce. She's helping me with my kids, and we split the expenses about 2/3 me, 1/3 her. He's started dragging her back in again with promising vacations and luxury, and when that doesn't work, guilt-tripping her. When I saw this, I warned her that if she got back together with him, then that was it for our relationship, because I cannot and will not let my kids see that toxic dynamic over and over and over again the way I did as a kid. I'm breaking the cycle. So am I the asshole here for putting that boundary in place? In the comments, Scientist Annie says, not the asshole. You're doing what you have to do to protect your peace, even if it comes at the cost of your kids not having a relationship with your parents. OP replies, thanks. It's shitty, and my mum seems to think that I'm putting her in the middle of the two of us, but I just can't take it anymore. It feels a little better to know that I'm not the asshole in this, because it sure feels like I am. She's been my one person my whole life, and it hurts like hell. And I can see why it would hurt. It's not an easy decision, but keeping your and your kids mentally sane is what matters. I hope things work out. And OP says, thank you. I really hope so too. Evil Sloth of Doom says, not the asshole. You're protecting your kids from that monster. She's going back knowing what he did to you and what he could do to your kids. I'm sorry, but your mum is trash and doesn't deserve you. She's going back to the person who went out of their way to hurt you for his amusement. Why? Because he can give her shiny shit? No fucking way is that worth you or your kids. Not the asshole, but think long and hard before trusting her unsupervised with your kids. She might start grooming them to accept him and start spinning the story of how you grew up. Grandparents like that are dangerous even if they mean well in their delusion. She might even try bringing him around when you're not there. Yeah, I think it's too dangerous to trust someone like that is so destroyed by an abusive cycle that they refuse to ever change anything, and they resent you for having a problem with them continuing the cycle that messed you up, that you have been very vocal about the fact that it messed you up. As sad as it is, OP, you can never trust her, and I don't think you can trust her around your kids ever. I think the only time she should have access to your kids, if you want that, is supervised visitation with you there 24/7. If that's something that she can't respect and is going to continually push boundaries on, guilt trip you and make you feel bad that, oh, you don't trust me with my grandkids, this, that, and the other, you might have to make that terrible decision of going extreme low contact to no contact with her. It's not worth the chance of your father being reintroduced to your life and repeating the cycle of abuse with your children as well. You're not the asshole for setting and maintaining extremely reasonable boundaries with this woman. And now, onto the updates. I don't know how to update on the actual post, but I need to know if I'm crazy and just need to let it go, because that's what everyone in my family has been telling me. I am beyond hurt. For my entire life, I've been told to be the bigger person, forgive and forget, just go along with it, don't be difficult. My family has a cabin that has been ours for generations. He has no connection to it besides my mum. He never went when I was growing up. It was never in my mum's name, so he never had any tie to it even when they were married. A few years ago, she started letting him go up there with his son. His son's about 13 years younger than me, so early teen. He uses his son against her and to keep her entangled in his life. I begged her not to let him go up there, not to let him near my one safe place, the one place that I didn't have his torture memories there. But she let him anyway, and he's been going every summer since, usually for a month or so. My cousins hate him and will not go if he is there. My brother, cousins, and I are set to inherit it from our grandpa, mum's dad, when he passes away, which we hope isn't for another 20 years. My uncle doesn't like him, but won't let him stop said uncle from enjoying the cabin. He decided that he's going to be there all summer. So that means that I either get to be around the man who abused me my entire life, or I don't get to go on the trip that I had planned for this summer. I was supposed to be there a week before my birthday, kids join me for the week of my birthday, and then we come home. My kids were excited to go. I'm so angry and hurt that my family doesn't seem to care about how much he hurt me. Every time I bring it up and make a point, I get met with, "It wasn't that bad. The past is the past. What are we supposed to do about it?" In the comments, Purplethorn says, "Get a restraining order? You might be able to get the police to kick him out if he tries going there when you are. Also, if you made plans first, tell him too bad, so sad. You booked cabin time first, so he'll have to figure something else out." OP replies, "My grandpa is the one who approved him being there, and it doesn't matter. My grandpa doesn't even like him." Opposite Jeweler replies, "Have you talked with grandpa about this? Is he aware of this situation? Could he have squatter's rights at the end of summer and refuse to leave? I'm sorry they are still abusing you, not the asshole at all." And now onto the second update. Well, I officially can't trust my mum. My mum planned for us to drive up to our family cabin next week. She knew I originally cancelled because my father, quote-unquote, was gonna be there. So I thought she understood that I would not go there if he was there. She planned for us to leave and drive Monday/Tuesday and be there for the week and then drive back on the 30th or 31st. My boyfriend is in town and was excited to go to my one favorite place with me. It's the one place I feel safe. My ex-husband was abusive. I'm stuck in a state 20 plus hours away from my home with him and have 3 people I can truly call friends. My ex was never there with me. He doesn't know where it is and he can't get there. My boyfriend took my mum and I out to dinner, and on the way, I found out my father was still going to be at the cabin. She wasn't planning on telling me. She was going to have me drive myself, her, my boyfriend, and my 2 kids 20 hours to the cabin and just not tell me that he was going to be there still. I feel completely betrayed. I know exactly what would have happened when I got pissed that he was there. I would be told to not make a big deal, to get over it, to be the bigger person, the same shit I was told every time I tried to stand up for myself when he abused me growing up. In the comments, Livid Ideal says, give her notice to move out and go no contact with her. Do not give her any more chances unless she's been in therapy for 6+ months. OP replies, I know I need to. My friend said that she'd help me start selling stuff so I can move into a smaller place. If I go no contact with her, then I have to do the same with my whole family. I'll have exactly 3 people in the state that I'm in and 3 in my home state. It's terrifying. My job pays shit, I have no degrees, I have more than 1 disability, but make too much for any help. I don't know what I'm gonna do. Livid Ideal replies, your mental health and your children are the most important thing. Blood doesn't mean shit for family. You can make your own family with friends that are actually good people. OP replies, I try to make friends, but I've never really learned how to. My current 3 friends, 1 is from work, 1 met on a dating site, and we decided friendship was the road to take, and 1 is my son's best friend's mum, and we clicked. The last 2 friends I had here showed their true colors after I reported my ex for the SA, and I was absolutely crushed by it. Glassgirl replies, I'd rather have 3 friends I could trust over a whole family that didn't give a shit about my feelings. You need to put yourself and your kids first. And I agree with that. I do understand where OP is coming from. She doesn't want to lose her supposed safety net. But if that entire family is going to keep telling her to just get over it and that she's overreacting and needs to be the bigger person, that's not a safety net. That's not a support net. None of those people care about you. Yes, it's difficult to drop everything and try to find safety and try to find stability in the world as it is now, but it's going to be harder if you keep that entire family around and you keep them enabling the abuse and perpetuating the abuse that you suffered and now doing it to your child. It's unfair on you and it's unfair on your child to keep yourself in that environment. I know it's easier said than done, but I do hope that OP makes the correct decision in going no contact with everyone, including her mum, kicking her mum out of that house, and finding her own stability in life. Good luck, OP, and thank you for the updates. Am I the asshole for telling my wife I'm tired of raising a kid that's not mine? I, 31 male, am married to my wife Amber, 30 female. We have a daughter who is Emma, 7 female. The problem is my wife's best friend Jennifer, 30 female, who has a daughter as well, who is Harper, 7 female. Well, Harper's dad is a lazy sack of crap and refuses to do anything with his daughter. He's the type of guy that brags about how he never changed a diaper. Jennifer and Harper are usually at Amber and Mai's house on the weekends because Harper's dad is drinking and watching sports all weekend. On Saturdays, I normally spend all day with my daughter because I don't see her as much as I want during the week. However, with Harper being there every Saturday, anything I do with Emma, I have to do with Harper. Take Emma to the zoo, it's Emma, Harper, and I. Taught them both how to ride bikes, takes them both to dance class, take them both to the kids' salon, and so on. Mother's Day was the last straw. I took them both to dance class on Saturday morning. Amber and I also pay for dance classes because Deadbeat won't. On the way home, Emma asked if we could stop to get something for Mum for Mother's Day. I said sure, but then it ended up that I had to buy something for Harper for her mum as well. On the way home, I just kept thinking, why am I buying someone else's wife a Mother's Day gift? That's his job. A few days later, because I didn't want to ruin Mother's Day, I told my wife that I'm tired of raising Harper. Her real father needs to step up. I'm tired of it taking away time that I get to spend with Emma. She said that Jennifer is her best friend and we need to be there for Harper. Now she's not speaking to me and is sleeping in the guest bedroom. So am I the asshole? Just wanted to add some updates to questions I see. Emma and Harper are best friends. It was my idea to spend Saturday with Emma. I work more during the week, so I wanted to spend Saturday with Emma and to give my wife a bit of a break. We pay for things that Jennifer's husband thinks are a waste of money, like dance class, and Jennifer can't afford to pay by herself. Jennifer and Harper do things with Amber and Emma 1 or 2 times a week together during the weeknights. In the comments, Responsible Lawyer says, "Not the arsehole. If your wife wants to step up for Harper, then she needs to do that, not put it on you. She should be taking her places and doing things with her." OP says, "Amber, Jennifer, Emma and Harper do things together during the week. My wife is a real good mother to Emma. It's just the dynamics of Saturday that is my issue. Just start taking Emma. If your wife pushes back, tell her that you and Emma need father-daughter time. She and Jennifer can take Harper to do something with them. Focus on the fact that Emma needs you and needs that one-on-one time with you. Not the arsehole. Stop taking Harper. It's that simple. You're having dad-daughter bonding time and don't want to tag along. If Harper wants to come along on these things, then make her mother come with you all, but not your wife." OP says, "I hear what you're saying, but I think spending time with Jennifer and her kid might cause other long-term issues. But it will teach her that her options are either she's with her daughter and you, or with her daughter and your wife. Either way, she's with her daughter, and I imagine that staying with your wife will be the more appealing option. If you're paying for dance classes for them both every Saturday already, it's not like she doesn't get time off parenting. You're just holding her accountable on the Sunday when you want to spend quality father-daughter time." Yeah, you know what? I think that's a reasonable compromise. I don't think they should continue to get away with the unreasonable expectations they have set that have been normalized thus far. I completely get where your frustrations are coming from. It's not on you to sacrifice your one-on-one father-daughter time just so that they get the easiest way out of this situation and can put as much distance between the problems now and those problems in the future. In a way, if everyone's happy and no one is voicing their displeasure, they're happy with how the dynamic is. It's not wrong of you to put your hand up and say, "Hey, I'm unhappy with how things are right now. I don't think this is fair. This is taking away quality time that I deserve. I genuinely do deserve this quality time with my daughter. There needs to be serious changes now, and I'm not an asshole for asking for those things." So no, I don't think you're an asshole in this situation, OP. And now, onto the update. So quite a few people have asked for an update on this situation. Sorry it's taken so long, but it's been a hectic few weeks. As for the updates, Amber and I are fine. Her reaction was based on poor word choices by me, poor communication by both of us, and some things I was unaware of at the time. The short version is, things at home were much worse than I was aware of for Jennifer, and my wife had only recently found out how bad things were. Mother's Day was the straw that broke the camel's back for Jennifer as well. She was raised in a "you must stay together for the kids" family, and when Harper came to me for a gift, she realized her daughter did not see her sperm donor as a father, so it was time to get out. Jennifer came to my wife to ask for help leaving because she had no family in the area, and Jennifer does not have the financial resources to leave on her own. So the night my wife was going to ask me if we could help her is when I told her that I was tired of raising someone else's kid. That is what caused her reaction. The Saturday after our initial argument, Jennifer did not come over and Emma went to her grandparents. So the wife and I had a long discussion about what was going on, and that's when I found out all the stuff going on with Jennifer. The wife and I decided that Jennifer and Harper can stay with us for the time being. My problem was never with those two, it was that I had to take over for the deadbeat. Or deadbeat, if you prefer. When we told Emma about this, she was super happy her friend was staying with her. We had a conversation with her that if she wants to have time with either parent without Harper, just let us know, and we do not want her to feel left out of anything. Last weekend, with the help of a U-Haul and some friends of mine, we got all of Jennifer's and Harper's stuff and moved it into our house. The good thing is we have a 4-bedroom house, so everyone gets a bedroom. The bad news is my wife's office got moved to the basement. Wish me luck, we shall see how this goes. And now, onto the next update. So it's been almost a year since my last update, but with Mother's Day upon us, I thought I would post an update and try to answer some of the questions I've gotten. Jen and Harper are still living with us. As I mentioned before, Jen didn't make that much money. She worked as a phlebotomist for our local health network. The good news is, with the current nursing shortage, they have a program where they'll pay for employees to go to nursing school. She was able to start that in the end of August. The bad news is that it's an 18-month program, and they only let you work 20 hours a week while you're in the program. So the arrangement is that once she graduates, she will move out then, and that should be next May. The divorce with Deadbeat is still ongoing. Once he found out he was going to have to pay child support, he tried every dirty, nasty trick he could think of. No idea when that will be finished. My wife is doing good. She's happy that she's helping her best friend, but 5 people in a house is a lot more work than 3. Since she works from home, the pre- and post-school work falls on her. Emma and Harper are still best friends. Shockingly, Harper is doing much better in this environment than before. They don't do everything together anymore. Harper quit dance class, but she started with soccer. I think knowing that she will get fatherly attention no matter what she's doing has given her some freedom to pursue other interests. Harper has turned into my Lego buddy. Emma never had any interest, but Harper and I have done some nice sets together. Emma and I still have our daddy-daughter dates on the weekends. I still take her to dance class, and she started to take fencing classes. I don't know if I should be proud or scared that she could defeat me in a sword fight. I think I'm doing better a year later. That there is a plan with a timetable for Jen and Harper has relieved a lot of stress from my life. That I also don't have to see Deadbeat has also been a relief. I also try to take a few hours a month for me time and to do my hobbies. The bad part is, I had thought that I was done with that portion of my life where I had roommates. It will also be nice when Jen either gets her nursing job and/or gets child support so that Amber and I can stop footing the bill for so much. For all the people that said Jen was going to become our sister's wife, or that I was going to cheat on my wife with her, or that she was going to ruin my marriage out of spite, or any of the weird sexual fantasies some of you people had, absolutely nothing has happened. And now, onto the latest update. So it's been over 2 years now, and I've gotten a few requests for updates, and at this point, I think everything is concluded, so here is the final update. I hope. Emma, my daughter, is doing great. Still doing dance, still loves the zoo, still best friends with Harper. Harper is doing good. Still my Lego buddy, has gotten into video games, she got a Switch last year, big into Stardew Valley and Animal Crossing. I have no idea what the point in those games is, but she must like them. I know way too much about her favorite character, Audie. She is not doing dance anymore. Amber is still killing it at work. At this point, I might be the gold digger in our relationship. Any guy that doesn't feel comfortable with their wife being the primary breadwinner, I feel sorry for you. She's still stressed out at home because she has a lot of extra housework that falls upon her because she is the one home because she works from home. She started to run to help relax, and as is typical for her, she excelled at it. Jennifer graduated from nursing school in May. She just passed her NCLEX exam, which I guess is the exam that nurses must pass before they can get hired. She said she got a job on a med-surg telefloor. I have no idea what that is, but she sounds excited. Her divorce is done now. It went quick once Deadbeat got his new girlfriend pregnant. Good luck to her. And she insisted that they get married. Shockingly, sarcasm alert, Deadbeat still has no interest in seeing Harper. He has seen her maybe 3 or 4 times in the past 2+ years. The exciting news is that Jen and Harper moved out at the start of July. She rented an apartment. So I finally have my house back. The apartment complex has a pool, so Emma is excited for sleepovers. The first sleepover is tentatively scheduled for this weekend, as long as everything is unpacked. I'm looking forward to a night of just the wife and I. With everything settled and money for the divorce, Jen has started to pay us back. We refused money, but she paid for Amber and I to go to Disney for a Run Disney event this year. It was fine, but a 10K in Florida is not my idea of fun, but my wife had a good time. Amber wants to get up to a half marathon. She also paid for us all to go to Disney World this summer. Both girls are super excited, they both can't wait to meet the princesses, and yes, there will be a separate hotel room for them and us. It sucks that Harper's dad has no interest in her. With them moving out, I've been promoted to the cool uncle. I think I'm fine with that role. I'm also looking forward to the Disney trip. I have loved Disney since I was a kid. In the comments, Negative Bottle says, I'm glad to see that it's all working out. I'm also happy to hear that the girls are doing good. I hope you understand that Harper may see you as her father forever. There's nothing wrong with that, and I hope that all continues going good for all of you. A shout out for Amber being the breadwinner. Still not the asshole, and good luck. Yeah, glad to hear that. I don't think there's much that I can say personally about this story other than screw the deadbeat for not wanting to be a father figure in her life at all, and then just continuing the cycle, getting someone else pregnant, marrying them, and just doing it all again, because who needs to learn from their past mistakes, guys? Who needs to use protection either, guys? Raw is law. Only thing he's pulling out of is her driveway the next day. He's just going out to get milk, don't worry, he'll be right back, guys. But yeah, it sounds like a tale as old as time. I wish that new family that he's starting all the best of luck. And given the circumstances, things did turn out exceptionally well for OP in getting his father-daughter time that he was looking for. Maybe a few bumps along the way, but that's to be expected. Thank you for the updates, OP, and thank you for the fantastic story. I hope things continue to look up for you guys. Our next post is by user Throwaway a Grip titled, Am I the asshole for calling my sister out for putting me on a blind date and lying to the both of us about it? To cut a very long story short, my sister put me on a blind date with a wonderful woman. I agreed to it reluctantly, but was pleasantly surprised on said date, as she was pretty much my type, and it was the best date that I'd been on in years. Here's the issue. The woman is 22, I'm 43. Now, this wouldn't have been an issue if we had discussed this on the first date, but foolishly we didn't. For some reason, this conversation didn't come out for about 3 months after the fact. Just for some context, the blind date was on Skype because of the current pandemic, and we only got to meet properly a few weeks ago. Nevertheless, I think due to being in lockdown, we both enjoyed having someone to talk to. So, where does my sister come into it? At no point did my sister ever mention the age gap was this big. When she said younger, I was presuming 30s, not barely out of high school. On the other side, my sister had told the woman in question that I was in my 30s, not 40s. My sister is 33, so I presume she just thought we would be closer in age. Anyway, when this revelation came about recently, I was seething and had it out with my sister for matching me with someone completely inappropriate and for lying to both me and this woman she claims to be a friend. She can't see anything wrong with it because as far as she's concerned, we're both adults and we've been going well for the past few months. Not to mention that I should have asked myself and not presumed. My issue is the principle. You can't lie to people like that, especially as I don't date very often anymore after my wife passed. She claims that she only did it because she knew that I would have said no otherwise. So am I the asshole for having a go at her, or should I just be grateful for her kindness? Edit, just to clarify, the woman I've been dating does pass for her late 20s, something even she herself confirms. I only met her in person once, and the vast majority of the time we only called on the phone or texted due to our jobs having hectic schedules. There was no conversation about our childhoods or anything which led us to believe the age gap was this large. And just to make it clear, I'm not remotely comfortable with this gap, and my sister knew this. In the comments, Action Comics 25 says, Not the asshole. Your sister set you up knowing it would be an issue for you, and I'm guessing the younger lady she set you up with, which is undoubtedly an asshole move. OP replies, the woman I've been dating apparently doesn't mind, but I'm still very much on the fence. 20 years age gaps just aren't appropriate. Not the asshole, but don't let this consume you. Your sister wants you to be happy, so she lied to try to nudge you along on a date. That was wrong, and she's an asshole for this, but only mildly so. Put your foot down with your sister and tell her that meddling and dishonesty are counterproductive, and that if she wants you to be in a relationship, she's not helping by doing things like this. But don't let this hurt your sibling relationship too much. Sorry for the loss of your wife, and I hope you find happiness. OP replies, thank you. That's very kind. Honestly, I'm furious at her because I feel like I was led into a non-starter. Not the asshole. That's bonkers to me. Like, dating with an age gap is certainly doable, but a 20-year difference means that you two are at completely different stages in life and maturity. How did she not see that age would be an issue? A 20-year age gap at 60 to 40 is one thing, and certainly there are age gap relationships that work, but a 22-year-old is so far away from 43. That's twice her age. Not the asshole at all. Yeah, age gap relationships are something that get brought up a lot, and I know I did a video not too long ago where I beat down on an age gap relationship as well, and I saw a lot of the people in the comments of these videos saying things like, stares nervously as the child of an age gap relationship. Quote, in my experience, my parents have an age gap relationship and it is not that bad. It in fact ended quite well and it's still going well, end quotes. That is completely fine. Those circumstances where it does work are great, and I respect that. Age gap relationships can and do work. It's just that most of the time, they are a red flag because what the hell is a 43-year-old doing dating a 22-year-old? Obviously, that is not the situation that is happening here. This was the sisters doing, and to that I say, what the hell is a 33-year-old doing setting up her 43-year-old brother with a 22-year-old girl? Seriously, why does she think that's acceptable? Well, it's apparent she doesn't think that's acceptable because she knew that OP would say no if she just brought the ages up, and then she flips it on him and says, well, it's your fault for not asking. Oh, I'm sorry that I thought my sister would have my best interests at heart and not set me up in some creepy, odd situation. Yeah, thanks for that. Thanks for wasting my time, sister. That was great too. Cheers. You really did so much for me. So no, I don't think you're the asshole for calling your sister out, for putting you on a blind date and lying to the both of you about it. It was a deal breaker from the get-go. It should have been put out there. She shouldn't have set up the date under false pretenses, but she did it anyway and didn't care. And now she says, well, it's not my fault. It's actually your fault. Screw you. And now, on to the update. So I've had quite a few people asking me for an update, which was very thoughtful, and I thought it would just be easier to share in case anyone else wished to know. First of all, thank you so much for the support and love. It really did help and made me feel very welcomed. Ultimately, I stuck to my guns and broke things off. Many of you asked how on earth I could have gone all that time without knowing her age. Well, that was because she knew my age and initially lied to me. Apparently, she and my sister had already had a conversation about my age and how it wouldn't be an issue for her. She then asked my sister if I knew, and my sister said, and I quote, just play along. The Iron Maiden for the both of them. Next. When I found out about this, I just had enough from the both of them and left them to their own devices. It's been about a month, and my sister and I are simply not speaking. She tried to call me and tell me that this was for my own good, but I just let her get on with it. I'm not necessarily mad at either of them, but I'm just done with them. The feelings I felt for the woman were more or less manufactured because she put on a persona which she knew that I would be attracted to. Although it's been some time, I'm still exhausted by the whole situation, so I'd prefer to keep my distance from the two of them. Nevertheless, thank you so much for those who replied and checked up on me. It meant a lot. For now, I'll just keep going on my own, but these things happen. Reddit and Twitter did prove that there were some decent people out there. Not necessarily saying that the woman in question isn't decent, I just question her approach to this particular situation. Oh, and to those saying a male widow is a widower, I'm very much aware of that. But after years of saying it, and having foreign relatives not knowing the difference between the two, I stopped caring as they both meant the exact same thing. A person who had lost their spouse. In the comments, if she lied about knowing his age, what other lies did he have to look forward to? Was she looking for financial gain or pretending to be a different person to hook him? Would she have gone to the point of baby trapping him? Sis is trashy, but how trashy could a woman be who was willing to go along with it? Dude dodged a nuclear missile. Sounds like she was lying about traits, hobbies, etc. to appear more attractive to him in his updates. Next thing he knows, she gets a massive tattoo made of all of his tattoos, and then he has to marry her. Sarcasm. I didn't read that story about the tattoo, but I feel like that's a reference to the girlfriend getting a massive tattoo story. I'm trying to understand how, with the sister's mindset, thought this was a good idea. Like, I'm sorry, but pushing a 22-year-old person to date a 43-year-old? What? I'm a 40-year-old and would never date a 22-year-old me. God, we were all so exhausting. In my 40s, and agree. And it does sound like the 22-year-old in this post is also exhausting. She intentionally lied about not just her age, but her personality. I've said this a few times to younger women who intentionally pursue age gap relationships in the lesbian community, but their pursuit always feels really gross and fetishy and dehumanizing. I can't believe how many times I've had to say, "I'm not your mummy, this is gross," when rejecting them. I wouldn't be surprised if the 22-year-old in this post has a similar fetish. Could be any goddamn reason, who knows? But the fact that she was in on it means that she can be sent straight to the dungeon as well for that one. Very odd, very manipulative that she just went along with it like the sister said. What is wrong with these two people? Can't they just be normal for 5 seconds? Apparently not. Apparently normality is running dry in this day and age. But like, why is the sister trying to normalize this? That's what I can't understand. She recognized that OP is done with her shit and wants nothing to do with it, and she's like, okay, look, I'll let everything out of the bag. I was lying to you, she was lying to you, this whole thing is a long con, but can you just get over yourself and date her? Like, what's the problem? What do you mean? Like, bro, what's the logic here? How is this a good deal? I actually can't wrap my head around why she thinks this is an acceptable thing to do, why anyone is still okay with this situation. This is psychopathic behavior. Absolutely not. Thank you for the update, OP. I'm sorry you had to deal with that bullshit. I hope you find someone that is more your speed than the two psychopaths starting their own little cult together to reel in men double their age. Good luck. Am I the asshole for not wanting to get rid of my dog for my pregnant sister? So my 15 male dad died not that long ago. It'll be 6 months next week. My mum moved us out of our house because she said that it hurt her too much to be there, and now we're living in this new house for 2 months, and I hate it. Last month, my 20-year-old sister told us that she's pregnant, so now her and my mum are getting ready for a baby in the house. To be honest, I'm not really excited like them, but I thought whatever. Until yesterday, my sister told me that I have to get rid of my dog before the baby comes. I asked her why, and she said because dogs are bad for pregnant women and newborn babies because they carry germs and parasites. I told her that's not true. I always bathe my dog, he has all his shots, and we take him to the vet regularly. He's also been around lots of babies before, and he's super friendly to them, so he can't be a danger to her baby. My sister got mad, so she got my mum involved. She told my mum that I was being a brat and that I don't care that I'm poisoning her baby. I told my mum that I didn't want to get rid of my dog. My dad bought him for me as a puppy on my 9th birthday. There's been lots of changes these months. Losing my dad, us moving, and now getting ready for a new baby. My dog is the last connection to my dad. My mum's not home much, and neither is my sister, so I feel like all I have is my dog. I explained to my mum why I don't want to get rid of him. She said she understands that he's important to me, but I need to stop thinking about myself and consider my baby niece or nephew. I said I don't even believe my dog is so bad for my sister's pregnancy. She never liked him since Dad bought him, and I feel like she's using this to get him out of the house. My mum said that she isn't going to force me to get rid of him, and she'll leave it up to me. My sister has been mad since then and keeps making comments about how she hopes that me taking my sweet time deciding what to do won't damage her baby. They are both expecting me to do the right thing, but I don't know if I want to. Does that make me bad? Am I the asshole because I want to keep my dog? P.S. My dog avoids my sister because she treats him bad if he's close, so it's not like he'll be all over her. In the comments, Can't Get Right 10 says, not the asshole. You need to get rid of your sister. Where's the baby daddy? OP says, I don't know. She was dating a security guy for a couple of months before they broke up, but she was also going out with some other guy that I never met. Not the asshole, and your sister is 20. She should have her own living space for this baby. Your dog isn't inconveniencing anyone if you're the one that walks it and bathes it. The baby will disturb everyone in that house and cry day and night. This is coming from someone with 2 children. I don't think your mum is thinking about how that's going to affect your life and schooling, and I really hope they don't expect you to be a live-in babysitter. Oh, and you just know the sister's gonna fob the baby off to OP. Neither the mum or the sister are home often, so who will look after the baby? And who will be selfish if they don't? If they're selfish enough to demand that you get rid of your dog, a precious memento of your dad and beloved companion, they're selfish enough to demand free babysitting too, and get huffy and guilt trip if you say no. Not the asshole. Please do not get rid of the dog that your dad got you. Your sister is being selfish and dramatic. The dog can't harm her children. Make sure you demonstrate that you're a good dog owner, clean up after them, take them for walks, etc. Make sure they are cared for well, entertained, and microchipped in case they suddenly become lost, quote-unquote, due to your sister. You've gone through significant trauma, heartbreaking loss at a young age. Your dog is your family. Millions of people across the world have dogs and kids. In fact, most dog owners have family. Put simply, it's not an issue. Your sister is being uncaring and manipulative. Don't get rid of the dog based on her lies. Don't let them bully you. The right thing is to honor your dad's memory by giving that dog a great life with the person he bought the dog for. That's you. I hope you're okay. Stay strong. OP replies, I've always done my best to prove myself as a good owner. That was my dad's condition if I wanted to have a dog of my own and learn to be responsible for him. He made sure that I was the one doing the walks, cleaning after him, giving baths, feeding him every day, etc. No one else does it. And yeah, he got out once, and my dad got him chipped after that. And thanks, I appreciate that. My mum hasn't talked to me much, so it's felt like I haven't been able to say anything to anyone. When asked, can someone else take the dog, OP says, we don't have any family that could take him, but even if we did, I still don't think I can handle him being away from me. I'm not trying to make this hard on her on purpose or hurt her baby, it just doesn't feel fair. I really don't want to be the bad guy here. But you're not being the bad guy here, OP. Everyone else is, because they don't want the dog there, when the dog was never a problem in the past, and this is some bullshit propaganda that the dog existing in the space is inherently going to harm the baby, this, that, and the other. The dog is family. The dog is another family member, and they refuse to accept that. They wouldn't throw a cousin out of the house that was living with them. That cousin would still be a valid family member, but because they don't view the dog as family, they think it's expendable, and it's easier to just toss him out than it is to just coexist, apparently. Something's seriously wrong with your mum and with your sister. I'm sorry that it's not an easy situation for you. But with that said and done, you're not the asshole for not wanting to get rid of your dog. Absolutely not. And now, on to the update. I forgot that a lot of people wanted an update on what happened after my post. Sorry it took me so long. I read lots of people's comments on this, and I was really happy to know that I wasn't hurting my sister or her baby by having my dog around. A lot of you sent me some good info. I decided to show what some of you commented to my mum and sister as proof that the dog isn't bad, since she was so worried. Also told my mum that I'm not going to get rid of my dog because he means too much to me, and that would hurt him too. My mum agreed with me more after showing her the info and said my dog doesn't have to go anywhere. My sister seemed more mad after that, not just because of the info, but that I told a bunch of strangers our business. She didn't see the post though. My sister still kept pushing to get rid of him because she doesn't want to be around him while she's living there. My mum and her ended up having a big fight over it. There was lots of yelling and arguing for days until finally my sister said that she's leaving unless we get rid of him. She said it like a threat, I guess, because she thought that would make my mum make me give him away. My mum didn't want her to leave, but that's what she ended up doing because I wouldn't give up my dog. For months, it's been like this. She moved in with one of her best friends, I think, but she doesn't want to talk to my mum at all. For a long time, my mum was even more sad, and that actually made me start to feel guilty again because it seemed like this was all my fault. Things were not good for a while. My mum was talking to me less and less, and it felt like we were strangers living together instead of family. But she said that it wasn't my fault what happened, so it's not that she was mad at me for my sister leaving, she was just sad about everything, and that made her not talk or be around me. Finally, after months, Mum and me are talking better again, and she's actually spending a little more time with me. It's still not the same anymore though. My sister still hasn't called us, and I don't know when she's due, but it should be really soon. Everything didn't happen the way that I hoped it would, but I'm happy to still have my dog around. He helped me deal with everything. Thank you everyone for showing me that I made the right decision by keeping him. You guys made it easier to give them all this info about how wrong my sister was about dogs affecting pregnancy, and showed me that I wasn't doing anything bad for wanting to keep the last connection that I have to my dad. He's still here by my side, and I'm grateful for all the support. In the comments, your sister has the choice to do her own research on dogs bringing harm to babies. She has the choice to do what she believes is best for her and the baby, no matter how unreasonable it may seem to us outsiders. While I'm not the biggest fan of your sister from your original post and this update, I'm also glad that she has somewhere to stay for now instead of upping and leaving in the heat of the moment with nowhere to go. It's not your fault this happened. I'm happy you're keeping your precious dog and your mum understanding the situation, but maybe it's the hormones or something else entirely. I'm curious as to why your sister is so adamant about her position to the point of staying with a friend instead of home. OP replies, "She just never liked my dog." Booster Ben says, "The moment she needs a babysitter, she'll be home again. OP should be prepared for another round of get rid of your dog then, because this time it keeps him from babysitting his nibbling." I doubt the sister thinks the dog actually causes harm. She just wants it gone and figured that pregnancy was unbeatable leverage. The poor kid loses his dad, has to move, and then is asked to get rid of his dog? Nope. I'm glad that his mum didn't make him and finally backed him up. Sister sounds like a mess. Yeah, but the mum is also a problem. I get that she's mourning, but that's not an excuse to emotionally check out from your kid. Stop spending time with them and stop talking with them. Absolutely. That seems like quite a dysfunctional family right there, and I highly doubt it's going to get more functional going into the future. Let's be honest. The writing does seem like it's a little bit on the wall there. What with the baby on the way, she doesn't have a solid amount of housing underneath her. Really does just feel like she's coming back. The mum's going to be over the moon that she finally has her baby back. She finally has the grandbaby in the house. And the cycle is going to repeat. Eventually, they're going to get rid of that dog. It kind of feels inevitable. And in a way, I can see the mum going, you know what, I've already had to try and mediate this problem before, but the pain of losing my daughter and grandbaby is stronger than the pain of losing this dog. So the dog's got to go. I genuinely see that happening, and I'm sorry if it does, OP. You don't deserve it. The dog doesn't deserve it. Everyone should be able to peacefully coexist. But apparently not. Apparently it's not possible. Still not the asshole. Thank you for the update.